Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, June the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses that let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, guys. And maybe somebody in YouTube can do the same. Thank you, Torty. All right, guys, what is happening this morning? Well, RELI, RELI has come from the depths of 20 cents all the way up to 74 cents. Their news today announcing a pending acquisition of this company called Spetner Associates. So that's what's causing, excuse me, just a minute, guys. So that is what's causing the big lift in RELI this morning. Not at all the same sector, but it reminds me of MBIO yesterday. MBIO started at 20 cents also, I believe. Yeah, actually, even, okay, on Friday it started at 12 cents. This morning, it got up to $1.34. Wow. Had a big day yesterday. So yesterday it actually started at around 37 cents. So anyway, I'm not saying RELI is going to do the same thing, of course, completely different sectors, but some news for RELI. So there is a reason that you can point to for the pop. ASNS. See if there's any reason on this one. Yeah, so look at the room this one's got. Back on the 5th of June, this got up to 460. And so this is after, in the pre-market, after a new partnership boosts service to U.S. government agencies. So that is the reason for ASNS. MLGO. Now, this has been a wild one for a while now. So let's see if there's any news. I don't see any news on this one. Not news today anyway. But it is up 38% right now. On the downside, AWIN getting just crushed here, 52%. I believe, no, I don't know why this is down. There's another one. I know why it's down. This one, I do not know why this one is down, AWIN. This one, I do know why, ZNTL. This is down after the FDA puts cancer therapy trials on hold. So that is the reason for ZNTL being down 24%. Big volume, 2.5 million shares already. We have a few little, well, I don't know if this how little this is. We have some earnings plays, though, guys. This is not one of them. Why do I have this list? Oh, yes. This is an earnings play. CRMT is an earnings play. Gapping down on earnings. Not a huge amount of volume yet, only 13,000. But CRMT, America's Car-Mart, gapping down on earnings. Lazy Boy is also an earnings play. LZB is also an earnings play. Little bit of room for Lazy Boy up to 37.93. Looking left on the daily chart. Another earnings play, PDCO. PDCO is also an earnings play. Maybe coming into a resistance area around 24.50. And URGN, which had a huge day 3 days ago. Now doing the right thing, really. They're raising money at 1750, so it's a little bit underneath. 5 million shares at 1750. All right, so they're raising some money, higher prices. Not talking about Silk. Silk is a buyout. SILK, in case you're wondering, Silk is a buyout. And the market is, let's see now, of course, we had a record high again yesterday. This big lift. Wow, we got a lot of people talking today. Take a look at the economic calendar today. So let's see, at 8:30 we had retail sales. Didn't see really any reaction on the SPY, any big reaction anyway. 9:15 industrial production. Business inventories at 10 o'clock. Now we have we have a few of the Fed presidents talking. So Barkin will talk at 10. Collins will talk at 11:40. Logan will talk at 1. And also at 1. Wow, we got a lot of them. And also at 1, we've got the 13 billion 20-year bond auction. And we have another. I haven't seen this guy talk before. Well, I haven't seen any of them actually talk, but I haven't seen this guy listed. Musalim at 1 o'clock, and at 2 o'clock, Goolsbee. So we've got a lot of these guys talking today. And remember, tomorrow is a market holiday, okay? Tomorrow is a market holiday. Yeah, meanwhile, Bitcoin, Bitcoin continues to move down here. Interesting, it is not following the market now. There is a disconnect now between what's happening in the overall market now in Bitcoin. All right, guys, I'm just looking to see if there's anything else kind of sneaking in here. I think Mesa is also an earnings play, MESA. I believe it's an earnings play. Yeah, real cheap one, though. So this was the news yesterday regarding MBIO, favorable efficacy and safety data from etc. Okay, I'm not going to read all this. Phase 1/2 clinical trial, CAR T therapy. Okay, so man, what a run, and huge volume. Look at the volume today. Double the float already. 22 million in the float. It's already traded 44 million. I think we're going to be able to maybe put a bit of a stamp or an end to this following GME. For a while anyway. Doesn't look... and I keep going back to that crazy talk that guy gave. I don't think he did himself nor the company or the stock price any service or any favors. At any rate, maybe we can just put this to bed, put this to rest for a while now. All right, guys, let's take a look at the major sectors, see what's happening. As I say, we're in for a mildly negative open, mildly negative. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. Kind of interesting with the energy sector. XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. Normally, most of the time, it's usually all or nothing. In other words, 100% red or 100% green or close. We're sort of 50-50 right now. Okay, 50-50 right now. Look at utilities. Every one of them is down from yesterday's close. And yeah, the number here, the 57% in red, for XLE. That means 57% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Now, let's take a look. How about Lumen here? I wonder how many shares. Okay, not bad, actually. So, well, it's a real cheap one. LUMN, making up part of the communication sector. What I'm looking for is a bit of an outlier. So some stock that is running counter to its sector in a big way. So, CRL, let's see if there's any volume. No volume. Kroger, I wonder if Kroger, KR. All right, look at Kroger, actually. It's interesting. Not an earnings play, but it's popped up here, KR, running a little bit counter to its sector. Actually, there are a bunch of them. 58% are down, but PAG, also up. No volume though, but Kroger could be interesting, KR. KBH is an earnings play, according to William. Okay, let's take a look at KBH Home Builder. I do not see it in my scan, and I know the reason. The reason is only 3,000 shares, so it's not meeting my minimum volume yet. It will. Release earnings after hours yesterday. Oh, excuse me. June 18th after hours. Sorry about that. You're right. Lennar. Okay, let's take a look at LEN. And the reason I'm not seeing it is because it is down only 2%. My minimum has to be at least up or down 3% for me to see it. Well, Legal is sort of a win-win, isn't it? I'm talking to Legal in our YouTube room. He loses the bet, but he gets in shape. All right, guys, now just seeing if there's anything new showing up. So we have these ones still up the most, ASNS, MLGO. Yeah, MLGO. Yeah, CMTL is on the move here. CMTL on the move. This is an earnings play. CMTL is an earnings play. Taking out this high right there of 290. Well, it's at this high of 291 now. As I block out the I talked about, you mean, did I talk about them? Yeah, look. Yeah, we've got certainly one at 10 o'clock. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts from yesterday, see if there's anything interesting. At ASTS, still, I don't know if I talked about it this morning, but ASTS, another one that's just on a tremendous run. I know what I wanted to look at. Look at this Rocket Labs. Now, I mean, arguably the same sector. And RKLB did have some news this morning. Some kind of a deal with a Japanese company to launch 10 Just give me a moment. I just have to load my news again. All right, let me get Rocket Labs again. I want to see. There was some news about them this morning. Something to do with a Japanese company. They've got a deal to launch 10. Finally, okay. So Rocket Lab gains after record deal with 10 Electron launches with Synspective. This is, I think, a Japanese company. Yeah. 10 launch deal with Japanese Earth observation company Synspective. Okay. So maybe I'm just looking at this ASTS on the run it's been on. So, guys, I'm just looking to see if there's anything else kind of creeping in. Big percentage move that we haven't talked about. I don't see anything yet. Just looking to see if there's any news for CHGG. A lot of volume, 827,000 shares. It is a big float. I haven't seen the educational stocks for the last little while. Let's take a look at EDU, education out of China, education. Wow. So yeah, they've been just sinking. How about TAL? Now, this is not education so much, but I want to take a look at Duolingo, DUOL. Nice move here for Duolingo yesterday. No volume yet today, but the volume certainly will pick up. That is a nice move yesterday, breaking out of all this and getting above that high there, which is 208.98. So, man, it's got room. Obviously, it has got some room. Next high looking left on the daily chart. Man, it's got a lot of room, 248. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but it did have a nice breakout yesterday. If there's any news on this one. So Davidson, I don't know if this is the only news. They've got a $250 price target. Let's see if there's any other news on this one. And this was actually that was on the 13th. Yeah, I didn't see any news on it yesterday. All right, guys, just kind of looking again to see if there's anything sneaking in here that might be interesting. And we are Yeah, we're about a month away from earnings season, guys, starting again. But a month away. Just keep an eye on this URGN. I mean, if it gives up 17, and they did financing at 1750, so that is the reason for this decline today for URGN. Did a financing at 1750, so it's below the financing price. Had the big news 3 days ago. So what is going to be the crazy one today, guys? You know, the one that's going to go bananas. There will be one. Once the market opens. I mean, rely. What's the float in this one? 7.8 million. I mean, I know it's up already 188%. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Mr. G in our YouTube room talking about CMTL. It doesn't, for me, it doesn't have that look, but anything is possible. I mean, three up to 360.49 or so looks like that is kind of a potential stumbling area of resistance. It is an earnings play, a lot of volume. Usually, it's more stocks that are. And I can't even remember the one yesterday. No, it wasn't MBIO. I mean, MBIO absolutely Hall. No, it wasn't MBIO. No, one of the ones because it didn't hit over $1. So it's off my radar. What was the one? Come on, guys! It was wasn't ASTS. No, it was a one of you guys is going to get the prize. Might have been TRNR. Yeah, I mean, look at TRNR. Of course, it was. Friday was a $3. Yeah, I mean, it popped all the way up to $8, $8.50. This is when I think that I couldn't, I think I got halted several times, of course. So I'm hoping that one of these halts gives me the opportunity to get in. Assuming, I mean, we will get some halts. NLSP, let's take a look at it. I haven't seen that one. I don't think I've seen it anywhere here. Oh, okay, 37 cents. That's why. Wow, look at the volume. 105 million shares have traded for NLSP. Announces the publication. Well, no, that is from the 11th. So I don't see any specific news today on it. Not saying there isn't. I'm just looking at my news headlines. I don't see any news on it. All right, guys, what I want to do now is get to the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. Give me a moment. There we are. I might want to watch MIRM even today as a continuation play. What I was thinking about also, MIRM. Big day yesterday. Of course, this was an AI from our AI yesterday. A great day yesterday. Closed at the highs. And again, if you have our AI, this is all I would do. Okay, this is all I would look at. If you click on from our toolbar, click on New, and then we have 3 that start off with the Premium AI. Pick the middle one, the Premium AI Strategy Trades window. And this is the window that you'll see. Notice there's nothing in it yet. We do not get any alerts from our AI until at least 9:40, okay? At least 9:40, 10 minutes out, and that's by design. The other thing I would do is get rid of, if you don't see none, if you have that filter box here and you don't see none, if you see something like profitable, or just click on that little down arrow and uncheck anything. My opinion is that you should see none. You should follow the alerts all day long. All right, guys. So yeah, just getting ready for this open. If that anything now, this I'm sharing a lot of my scans. If you're new to all this, I'm sharing a lot of my scans. These 2 races, which will start at 9:30. This relative strength leaders from the close percent. I am sharing that one. I'm sharing the halts resumes, which we already have one now. ZNTL. That was early. Must have been it's been a news halt. Kind of watching this URGN holding 17. They're financing at 1750. Yeah, the partial clinical hold on trial for or on the trial for ZNTL. That is the reason for this big drop. Well, in case it has a bit of a pop here, I'm going to put a price alert around 656, see if it has any sort of a comeback in it. Oops, that didn't work. There we go. Thank you, William. Yeah, less than a minute to the open, guys. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I tend to try to let things settle down a little bit. So I usually don't trade in the first 15 minutes. And this will look very strange at the beginning, the large cap gainers. Yeah, and the reason there's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing in here yet because nothing has met the filter requirements. All right, guys. URGN giving up now, giving up 17 a little bit. There's a Rocket Labs, RKLB. Just wondering, if it kind of follows a little bit like the ASTS. I want to call them in the same sector. I may be wrong. Oh, Ballard, BLDP. Making a bit of a move here. Now look at Toast, guys. TOST. Now, how much room does this have? Big move here. Hardly any action in the pre-market. The market opens and big move for TOST now. Great volume now too. TOST. I don't know if there's any news on it. Next high 24.34 is the next high. And after that, 25.15. So there is some room, but it's early. It is early. Six Flags was really active yesterday, guys. Yeah. Not an earnings play that I can see. No, not an earnings play. And here's a semiconductor bull 3 times. URGN is really starting to give it up a little bit more than I thought. Down underneath 17. Whoops, URGN. Underneath 17 now. Again, they did a financing at 1750. And the market is putting in, what are we now? So the Dow's up just a little bit. NAS is up just a little bit. So actually, we're all positive now. All right, guys, there goes RKLB. Also, LZB, Lazy Boy. LZB is an earnings play. Talked about that a little bit in the pre-market. And there's a CMTL. Yeah, well, it is definitely moving well. It's an earnings play. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 481. Well, it's got room then. Yeah, it's got some room. Oh, look at this market. Will not quit. Look at this market, guys. Penn is coming back also, guys. This is one that I was watching all day yesterday, late. PENN had the big down day on Friday. Yeah. Along with a lot of the gaming stocks. Had a recovery day yesterday. I think this got halted on the way down. TSHA got halted on the way down. HIMX, look at this one go. Now, the next high looking left is a little bit close on the daily chart. A little bit close, 717, HIMX. Again, no action in the pre-market. Market opens, boom, up 6%. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news on it. It's not a low float either. Taiwan, 200, not a low float. Yeah, RELI right back up after the pullback. RELI right back up after that pullback. And of course, with Bitcoin moving, wow, look at this market. Look at this giant green candle here to start off. Okay, so they are talking about a merger on July the 1st. It's supposed to, and they declare a special dividend, Six Flags. This is today's news, but it also, I mean, it had a run last week, and I'm talking about Six Flags, SIX. All right, keep an eye on CCL, guys. CCL, another one that got hammered down on Thursday, along with the airlines, the other cruisers. Bit of a recovery day yesterday. Morning turtle profits in our YouTube room. This has been for me anyway. This has been a difficult intraday trader, but Novavax has just been slip sliding away ever since the 6th, June the 6th. All right, guys, getting close to 9:40. Let's see if we'll get an AI alert at 9:40. INCY, INCY. Wow, big pop here. Again, no action in the pre-market. Market opens and big pop now for INCY, INCY. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is 66.17. So there is room on the weekly chart. All right, Lazy Boy. LZB earnings play next time the weekly chart. So it's above that. You know, I mean, this is at near the high of its lifetime range. I mean, it's in, it's at 79.9%. So strong earnings play today for Lazy Boy, LZB. Speaking of which, if you have the look at Rely guys now, RELI. I actually tried to get some, and I didn't get where I wanted it. I was going to take a bit of a flyer on it, but I did not get it where I wanted it. So this is an earnings play, and also they got some news. This is CMTL. They have some news trading higher after the company announced a new $222 million credit facility. So it's an earnings play and also some news. Another earnings play, guys. PDCO. PDCO was another earnings play. Now, the next high looking left on the daily chart, you can see it right up here. Kind of close, okay? Only about 40 cents away. That kind of blocks me from really looking at it. Look at this market. My goodness. Interesting. NAS is down, or Qs are down. A lot of Q stocks in here, but look at this market. Look at this opening candle. All right, let's see if AWIN. Now this, this is down for the day though. This is a big gap down for the day, AWIN. Now it is halted on the way up. Not my favorite one to try to play when it's down so much. Meanwhile, yeah, InBio. Wow. I mean, what can I mean, 14-cent stock on Friday. Now there's a 200. I mean, imagine if you had been sitting there with this stock on Thursday or Friday. I wonder if this could ever get up to the 200-day moving average when it's sitting at 13 cents and the 200-day moving average is at $1.25. This one from yesterday, guys. XPOF from RAI yesterday. XPOF. So the next high looking left on the weekly chart got some room. Yeah, it's over 16 now. Next high looking left is 1678. So again, when I talk about having room, I'm just looking left. If I don't see anything on the daily chart, then I look on the weekly chart. I look to see where it could go before it hits some resistance. Of course, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Just saying that is where a resistance point could be. All right, guys, CMTL now. Now, my only issue with it is that $4 level. Which may not be an issue. Let's take a look for, the next high on the weekly chart, 481. You have to do it every day. You have to go to our homepage. I have to do the same thing. You can't save the link. Okay. You have to, you cannot, saving the link or does not work. So here you go again. talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I have to do this. I have to do the same thing. I have to go to the home page. I have to click on the trading room link on our home page. Now, you would think that this PDCO is coming into a lot of resistance right here. If you look at the weekly chart, a lot of resistance right around that 26 level, okay? Look on the daily chart, the same thing. The weekly chart, the same thing. All right, guys. Lazy Boy. Okay, let's see where did AWIN open. Yeah, so I don't have the same feel. I mean, I loved it if this had been up 50%, I'd be a little more inclined, but I mean, it got hammered down. It's still down 45%. So this got up, MBIO got up to 130 and it came right back down to $1. I mean, that's a big drop, 30% drop basically. So, that's the problems. Well, I guess I second guessed myself on this one. I'm not sure I would have had an opportunity to get it. So AWIN is halted again on the way up. So CMTL, I mean, if it can take out 4, I mean, it has some room still. I'm going to put an alert at 4 and see if it can take it out later. So Tough Bill, TBLT, had a big move after hours yesterday. It got up to 434 or so, pulled all the way back down, still up 14%. I don't know if I had any news. I don't see any news for TBLT from yesterday after hours. I don't see anything. Well, it's very possible AWIN is getting delisted, but of course, all we're looking at is a trade, right, on the day of. but I don't see that it's being delisted. I'm just looking. I'm just sort of scouring some previous headlines. Okay, guys, CMTL is after the pullback, testing that 4 level again. CMTL testing the 4 level again right now. Okay, one test. Let's see if it can do it again. Wow, just like that. Okay, now this is coming into the next high looking left is 481. I mean, it's still got some room. So definitely a nice one from our AI right now, up 17% from the original alert. Now, I would keep an eye on Mesa. I mean, Mesa is another one. It's an earnings play. Just kind of resting right now. Yeah, I definitely second guess myself on the AWIN. Now, maybe somebody can tell me, did it get down below 170 at any point? This is when I sometimes will take a trade out of a halt. There was the halt price at 170. If it dips down below the 170 and then pops through the 170, a lot of times I will take that trade, but I didn't want to do it because it was down so much. But what you're seeing right there, right here, this blue screen is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Nothing to do with trade ideas. There's the halt price of 198 for AWIN. This column is trying to give a bit of a clue as to where it may open when it comes out of the halt. Okay, and you can see obviously right now anyway, suggesting it'll be above the halt price. It doesn't have to hold. And if you're unfamiliar with halts and resumes, usually the halts are 5 minutes long. You can see the first halt was at 9:42 plus 35 seconds, open at 9:47 plus 35 seconds, exactly 5 minutes. So if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, this will open at 9:53 plus 46 seconds. So obviously is not going to be a 5-minute halt because it is past that. So when it's not a 5-minute halt, usually they are multiples of 5. So this could be a 10-minute halt. So it did not dip below 170 then. So you're you're testing your theory, Christine, that getting in after that first halt, no matter what. Now, it did not pop, it got halted at 170, so getting in at 177 probably is not the worst. Okay, what is the SPY doing? So after that big, massive, So we did have a little sell-off. We have a big topping tail. Remember, that was solid green all the way up here. Our seller stepped in, closed it here. And let's see what's going to happen on the second 15-minute candle. And we do have some guy talking at 10. One of the Fed guys, one of the Fed presidents talking at 10. Barkin, he talks a lot. And we have business inventories also at 10 o'clock. So a couple of things that may affect the market short term at 10 o'clock. Wow, look at Rely now, guys. RELI. And it just got halted. Another one getting right into that 200-day moving average. I have to look at Lazy Boy a little more closely here. I want to see where the next high is, say on a monthly chart. I mean, it is, looks like it's over here. 43.92. Is that right? Yeah, so 43.92. So it on the monthly chart anyway, it definitely has some room. $3 to that next high. Great earnings release for it. I mean, it's near the high of its lifetime range. This might even be up. This might even be it. 46.70, that could be its lifetime high for LZB. So CMTL held 4, guys, so far anyway. Now, if you took this, I mean, there's that next high is 481 on the weekly chart for CMTL. Look at the volume coming in. 26 million in the float, 32 million have traded, so it's traded the float. Well, let's see where this one could open. So here's Rely. There's the halt. 89 cents, 86. There's your clue, your potential open. A little bit underneath that halt price. Again. All right, so that was a 10-minute halt for AWIN. Man, good for you, Christine. And it's going to get halted again. Looks like it's going to get halted again. I would say it's almost a certainty it's going to get halted again. There it is. Well, I guess we can kind of label this one the crazy one because it's gone from 150 to 240. I'm still kind of amazed because typically these halts, they're halted when the stock is very positive, not generally on these big, like on a rebound, but there's no question that I second guess myself on this one. Now, this one from yesterday, guys, meds. This one from yesterday, this got up to about 10.95, almost $11. Pulled back down to 9, and of course has a ton of room MEDS. Okay, so the business inventories 10 o'clock, and Barkin's talking also at 10 o'clock. So let's take a look at the market. All right, guys, there you go. There is Rely now. Okay, Rely. Will it take out one? Through the 200-day moving average now, will it take out $1? Got close. Boy, if it takes out $1. Boy, keep an eye on this one if it pops through $1. Got up to what, $1.01. Okay, as I'm waiting on this one to see if it pops through $1, let's take a look at some of these ones that are starting to show up now in the top 10. So somebody was mentioning Chewy, CHWY. So yeah, Chewy, I mean, had a nice run up to 2468 or so. Where is the VWAP? 2410 is the VWAP. So it's trying to hold the VWAP. Chewy is trying to hold the VWAP. Keep an eye in RELI, guys. RELI. If it pops through one, this could tell you to take the trade, but take a look at this. I mean, pops through one, it's going to attract a lot of buyers, I think. The next high looking left, 114. So it does have that to get through also, but and here we go, guys. RELI briefly through 110, got up to 110. Oh, speaking of shorts, look at this MLGO just getting trashed now, guys. Looking to see if there's a financing that was announced. I don't see one. So I thought maybe this alert I have for MIRIM, I thought maybe this was going to be taking out the high of the day, but no, this is actually, not sure why I have an alert down here. I did that yesterday. All right, so this AMCX was a fantastic short all day long. Okay, AMCX. It is now underneath 10. The low yesterday looks like it 988. So it got almost there. If it takes out the low of yesterday, I'm going to stick an alerter on 980 and see if anything. And there's a low right there on the weekly chart of 987. Takes this out. I mean, this is basically would be a lifetime low. Okay. It's basically at a lifetime low now. AMCX. This is AMC Networks, not AMC the movie chain, but movie theater chain. Let's take a look at NNE. There was a really strong one 2 days ago. Kind of didn't do too much yesterday. Kind of hanging in the same area today. NNE. Low float, 15.6 million in the float. Not a ton of volume yet. 271,000 shares. Not a ton of volume. Well, the flyer from yesterday, ASTS, certainly is giving it up today so far. No, this was a wild one yesterday, HIMS. Scary. I mean, look what happened yesterday. This was the 915 candle, soared all the way up to 25. But then look at this. Big, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, almost 2 hours straight down, and then popped up again. And then even this morning, look at this big giant red candle. And then this is the 930. That's the opening 15-minute candle. Obesity play, obesity sector play. All right, guys, doesn't look that good now for CMTL. Still, I'll have an alert over $4. Let's see if it takes it out later. It's probably pulled back to maybe the VWAP. VWAP is 375, so it's right at the VWAP. Yeah, so keep an eye on this one. I mean, it's sitting right on the VWAP area at CMTL. Boy, this reminds me of yesterday at the beginning, how choppy things were, especially these little ones. Up, down, up, down. Now, keep an eye on Rely. Rely is making another, after the pullback. Surprised Rely did not win any, might have a $1 minimum here. So Rely pulled back down to 84 cents. Boy, this AMCX looks so intriguing to short, guys. It's basically an all-time low right now, okay? Underneath 10, to me, a very psychological number for it to be under. Fun, F-U-N. Haven't seen this one in a long time. So same sector, of course, as Six, I guess, amusement and theme parks. So fun. $27 times normal volume. It's only traded 242,000. So you can see by that number right there, it does not trade very much, because if 242,000 represents 27 times normal, up to this time of day, you can see it doesn't trade very much. Had a big day a few days ago. I wonder if this is just sort of piggybacking on Six, SIX. Boy, Rely teasing us right now at a dollar, right at a dollar now, guys. RELI, right at a dollar. I can start typing it in. See. Not showing up. Not showing up. I remember SeaWorld. I haven't seen it for so long. All right, guys, I am short this AMCX, okay? Used to be C's, yes. So maybe it's not trading anymore. Maybe it got bought out by somebody. I remember C's. Yeah, it's not trading anymore as C's anyway. Okay, AMCX. Okay, so I am short this AMCX, the 982 level, and just wanting to see if it has, I mean, it's an all-time low right now. And this showed up in a number of, certainly here, the 10-day daily breakdown, 979, but it also showed up earlier on. In this one, the abnormal option activity at 995. That's where I first saw it. And I'm sharing all of the scans that I display. Thank you, Les. In our YouTube room says C's changed to Perks, PRKS. Okay, so that's what it is, the United Parks. Thank you for that in our YouTube room. Oh, you got that too, John. Okay. Oh, look at meds. Lost sight of the meds. All right, guys, 1017. I think what I'll do now is go over my homepage, and there is a new promo code. It'll be 25% off. Okay. As I said yesterday, I thought that one would probably be over last night, the one for 28% off, but still get one for 25% off. I don't think it's on my homepage yet, but I'll give you the code. All right, so this is a Father's Day code. Well, AMCX a little bit above where I shorted it. I'll have to make up my mind if I want to hold on to it a bit more. All right, so thanks, Dad. Excuse me, thanks, Dad. 25. That is the promo code you can use. Come on. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, so this is not good anymore. If you try it, this is invalid now, the Kitty 28. So you can use thanks, Dad 25. You'll get 25% off, first month only, or the entire year. As always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This will really help to keep the room free. This is a free room. And when you use my promo code, the room gets credit for the subscription, which really helps to keep the room free. Okay. And as always, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. The first one, your download and install, first startup and login. Scrolling down a little bit in introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. Take you about 30 minutes to go through all of them if you looked at all of them. But for sure, introduction to scans and top lists and alert windows. If you are new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. This is a series of videos. Michael Nost at Trade Ideas put this together, and Michael will be actually in our YouTube room when I take my break between 12 and 1. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. It was Kodak, but you had to wait for a pullback, and I don't think it pulled back. No, it did not pull back. I don't think anyway. What was it supposed to pull back to? I don't have the email. Was it 540 or 570 or something like that? So it did not trigger as far as I know. I don't think, I'm sure it was at least 570. So it did not trigger. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week, and it is free, and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. So here is our education section. User guide. A lot of information in the user guide. Again, like any other user guide, you do not have to learn everything, okay? Okay, I'm out of the AMCX, guys. I had a little bit of a gain in it, but I wanted a lot more. So getting started is right here. Alert windows, a lot more detail about what an alert window is, a top list window, and you want to find a lot more about stock racing right here, okay? You want to create your own watch list right here. But again, this is a user guide with a lot of information in here. You do not have to learn everything. Yeah, GME is actually, I hate to, well, not hate to say it, I do have it still thumbnailed. It is popping. Never thought of AMCX really as being drawn along with the AMC and the GME, but maybe it is. Getting started. Now, daily support. I do take a break, as I said before, between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today being Tuesday, it should be Michael Noss. I'll confirm that before I take my break. Last, my scans. So if you're looking for my scans and you click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here are my scans that I am currently sharing. Now, here's the ones that you can actually see. Get rid of this. So the biggest gainers from the start of the race. Okay, the biggest gainers are. So this is the largest move from the open. I know this is. I've renamed these. Okay, so this is the large cap. So this is the large cap right here, gainers. This is the biggest gainers regardless of market cap right here. I also have another race that I'm sharing. You don't see it, but it's on my other monitor, but you can take a look at it. This is the large cap losers. So at the large cap gainers and the large cap losers. And here is the relative strength leaders right over here. And then the halts resumes is over here. But I did flash this one. I am sharing my breakouts and breakdowns right here. So you can take a look at the scans that I am sharing. I do not have them all up and running, okay? It was 540. Thank you, X-File guy. So yeah, so the trade of the week did not trigger. It was looking for a pullback to 540, and it did not happen. Yeah, so AMC popped, and I guess I've never really considered AMCX as being so tied in. I mean, I know they're kind of the same companies and all, but different divisions, different companies, different stock symbols, of course. But I guess that was kind of what happened. It's too bad. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts. So let me just go over briefly about what Trade Ideas is all about. We are a real-time alert scanner. Now, we do other things, of course, but what we're really, really good at is real-time alerting. So this is an example of a scan I've got here. So if I right-click on this scan, I click on configure, it's going to show me exactly what this scan is looking for. So this is the filtering aspect of the scan, the screening aspect. We can, of course, we can screen, a lot of screening programs out there, but what we're really, really good at is real-time alerting. So in this particular scan, if the price is between $1 and $100, current volume is at least 3. This is a really powerful filter that we've got. It's time of day sensitive, so it has to be trading at least 3 times normal, what it normally does up to this time of day. We'll call it 10:30 Eastern time. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. If all of these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time this happened was 10:20. Okay, 10:20 plus 56 seconds. And that was for TBLT. Since then, no other stock has met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. So if you like this scan the way it is, I've got, you can get it from my homepage. But of course, if you don't like it exactly the way it is, for instance, you might like a different price range, maybe a different volume. Maybe once you get used to using Trade Ideas, you add a filter that you like. Up to you, of course. This is what I like to see, but it doesn't have to be what you like to see. Now, if you and you can just see right there, Fund just made a new high. Okay, met all these filter requirements and just made a new high for the day. Now, if you do want to build your own scans, of course you can. If I click on search this time, right at the very top here, these are by far the 2 most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as I scroll down, you see that we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, these are the filters, the screeners that we've got. So if you're looking at this, for the first time, don't get hung up on thinking, wow, this program's way too hard. I'm going to have to learn all these real-time alerts and filters. You don't have to. The only reason we have so many is that, with all the different trading styles out there, company had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to create their own scans. Okay, but you don't have to learn them all. For instance, I only use the new high and the new low of the day. Doesn't mean the rest of these are bad. It just means for my trading style, that's all I care about. And I only use a handful of the filters. Again, because my trading style, that's all I care about. Your trading style may be very different. Maybe you want to, you're looking for pullbacks, things like that. So, but again, don't get hung up. You don't have to learn all of these real-time alerts and filters. Now, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if if you have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. If I'm tied up in something, I'll certainly let you know. You guys have been talking about Dell, and I can see why. Wow, it has room, doesn't it? So I had earnings. It's funny. I kind of got hit on earnings on the way down. Yeah, this is post market. So there was a reaction to earnings the next day on the 31st, May 31st, and trying to have a bit of a comeback. Has room. One moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. So I see Bank of America has a target of 180 for Dell. Okay, so that must be the reason why it's having a nice lift today. Michael Dell, also yesterday late talked about, Morgan Stanley also pounded the table with a price target of 200. That was yesterday. Okay, so I guess he was on CNBC yesterday, talked about AI. I'm sure he's talked about it before. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. Just looking at some, how did PDCO do? This is an earnings play. So it pulled back, but as high as 25.82. So it dropped $1. It pulled back into the VWAP as 24.93. So pulled back into the VWAP. The VWAP looks like it's trying to hold it, okay, as support. And this is an earnings play, PDCO. Maybe if it gets over 25.12, this could have another little run. Why 25.12? I'm just taking a look at the tops of these previous two 15-minute candles for PDCO. And it could break out through that, might go on another run. And you can see where it got up to 25.79. And the high right there is 25.95. So it kind of got into that area, and that's where it stalled. So look at this market today, guys. So we had the massive green bar all the way up here, a little bit of a sell-off. Next bar is red, and we've got green, big red, big green. So we've a lot of choppiness right now. If you're in stocks that kind of follow the market, you're probably getting a bit chopped out. Well, this one is, I don't think I've seen this one before, ATRC. If it can get over 21, the next high is 21.23. And then after that, way up here at 22. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but yeah, I see that GME has had a surge. I guess I gotta look at it. Wow, I haven't seen this one for a while. Remember the Money Hero these days back here, MNY. Now that's coming into some resistance on the daily chart, perhaps. But look at the volume now. Two giant green candles for MNY. This is shortable for me also at Interactive Brokers. A lot of shares available. And I'm surprised. I thought maybe this got halted, but it's not halted. I like this Rocket Lab. I talked about it in the pre-market, but it's just been so choppy. Look at these big topping tails here. Trying to take this out. Not been the smoothest of rides. All right, guys. ZNTL. Can I get this? It's down 30%. Looking to short this one, guys. ZNTL. All-time low. Got down to 553 this morning. And this got, thank you, green. This got hammered down as the FDA put a partial clinical hold on its clinical studies, clinical holds on its cancer drug studies. Give me a moment, please. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, let's take a look at NRIX, guys. It's just over the whole number, NRIX. Let's see if it's doing anything kind of interesting and not really. Oh, man, ugly. Really watching this ZNTL, guys. All-time low. See if it holds underneath 6 and starts to really move down from here. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, over 500,000 shares. So let me explain a little bit about the races if you're new, okay? So as this one is called, the biggest gainers from the start of the race, okay? You notice I'm running 4-minute races. Races can be, you can run whatever time period you want. I've chosen 4-minute races. You can see that the race is just starting up. And what happens is, just like any other race, I've got a bunch of stocks in here that meet my filter requirements. And the stock that is moving the most, you'll see it at the top of the leaderboard since the race started, from the start of the race. So right now, as we speak, this LRHC has moved 2.97% since the race began. It's up 23% for the day, but since the race began, it's up 2.97%. Now, of course, that doesn't have to hold. Some other stock can supplant it, or it could start to drop. So, over the course of the 4 minutes, you'll have jockeying for position. But what happens is, at the end of the race, obviously there's going to be a winner. And that's how a top 10 list of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So in the number 1 position is MBIO. It won 5 races, CMTL 4, etc. And a top 10 list is automatically built for you. And so these are stocks that you can follow all day long. Now, you don't have to wait for a race to be over. If you start to see a stock moving, or you see a stock right at the top here. Now, this LRHC, now this is the one, okay, guys, I mean, this is just screaming here. So this is the one, they announced the financing, I think on, I don't know, I can't remember what day. And then 3 days later, they canceled it. They said, we're not going to do a financing. And the stock went crazy. Okay. Got up to $1.80. And now they're talking about plans to acquire controlling interest in Red Door Title, whatever that is. Okay. And it's a low float, 8 million in the float. So that's why, I mean, that's a big move. Obviously, 11%. It's up 31% for the day, but it moved since the race started. It has moved 11.6%, and Bio has moved 6%. But look what's happened. LR, obviously, you can see what happened. It pulled back. It's not up 11% anymore. It's only up 3.92%. Did I get some? Yes. I forgot I'd stuck an order in. Just give me a moment. All right, now I'd love to see this one really tank, the ZNTL, but I've taken some off. I actually got moving down more. Well, you see this. Why I took some off is the spread kind of got to me a bit. I'm talking about the ZNTL. Spread's okay now, but sometimes it widens up to about 7 cents. All right, something's happened to the. Oh, here we go. Okay. So you can see the last winner was LRHC. So these are also, you can also use these for pullback plays because, for instance, if I look at MNY, okay, I'm just using this as an example. So, the stocks in this list, of course, don't necessarily, in fact, when they're, leading a race or moving up on the leaderboard, doesn't mean they're at the high of the day. So if you're more of a pullback player, you could click on one of these symbols and you can say, okay, well, there's MNY, got all the way up here. It's pulled back. Starting to get some, just give me a moment. I have to do a reset of the account. There we go. So if you're a pullback player, and so look at MNY, there's the VWAP 247. So, it's in the area. If that is more your style, or maybe pulling back to a certain moving average, if that's more your style, you can click on these alerts and just see what is happening. Nestor in our YouTube room, what do you mean by what relative volume have for what stock? Look at AMCX now. Got knocked out of that one, but so Nestor, yeah, I don't know what you mean. I'm asking a question for somebody in our YouTube room. Nestor asking what relative volume have. I don't understand the question exactly. Well, I did not take this one, but this one is just ripping here now, guys. It's LRHC. The next high looking left was the day that it said we are stopping our the financing that we were going to do. They also, what relative volume? We have 11. Are you a subscriber, Nestor? I don't know if you're a subscriber, but all you have to have is a single stock window. Gives you a lot of information at a glance. But there's the relative volume there. There it is up there. If you can see my screen. So yesterday they also announced an historic achievement. 92 agents joined within 1 week, including a top performing real estate brokerage team with 22 million in sales over the past 12 months. I don't even know what these guys do. So they provide real estate brokerage services. Okay. Wow. I mean, this is just. I mean, the next high looking left is last week's high, which is dollar 81. Takes that out. 218 looks like the next high. Not saying it's getting there, of course. Look at the volume coming in. All right, I'm out of the okay. I'm out of the ZNTL. Made a little bit. Basically covered. Look at that AMCX. This is what I wanted it to do. Can you not see my screen, Nestor? I mean, it's the relative volume is front and center, right up there for any stock. If you look on this chart right here, and it is just not stopping. Well, look, if it if it gets through 212, next high is 232. And here's the first halt. I was surprised it had not been halted before, but again, it's just a computer program, math. Finally kicked in at 197. So this is the crazy one. Remember, I was saying, I wonder what was going to be the crazy one today. Well, this is really the crazy one, because this did nothing in the pre-market. This was still like a 89-cent stock pre-market. Now it's up 89%. No, I did not buy into the halt. So what I'm hoping for is that when it opens, if it comes down below 197, not by a huge amount, like I don't want to say come down to 150, but maybe it pops up a little bit and then drops down below 197 and then comes back through 197, and that's probably where I will take it if that happens. Okay, so Jimmy, in our YouTube room, how do you well, I'm running 5-minute races actually, but so you can control your race right here. Okay, so if I right click, I'm going to open the top list. Actually, no, I want to show the race setup, but okay. So what I'm going to, first of all, this is all in the guide. All right, Jimmy. So I will show you, but you should know where it is in the guide because you should have a reference. Talking to Jimmy in our YouTube room. Okay, so I'm just showing you this so you know where you can have a reference to what I'm going to say. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down until you see the education section, click here, and then click on the guide, on the user guide, and then TI stock race. Okay, so all the information is here, how you can control the time of how long you want your races to be. So let me just duplicate this. Okay, so notice if I click on the box here, and then I right click and show the race setup. And here's how you can control the time, minutes to run. Okay. Oops. Just give me a moment. I'm trying to find where. Okay, so you got that, Jimmy? Okay, I wanted to just do it one more time to make sure you got that. I can't find out. I must have closed it down. But you can control everything from there. You know, you can what you base the race on. Then all races start from a top list window. Okay, if I right click, open the top list. This is what this race is based on, or the symbols. Okay, so if I right click configure and click on summary, so this is what I'm looking for. Stocks between $1 and $50. Minimum volume has to be at least 200,000 share, and the stock has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay, so if a stock meets all these filter requirements, it can be part of the race. So in the old days, before we didn't have races, if you wanted to see, say, I wanted to see the stocks that were up the most from the open today, all of these column headers you can sort on. So right now, let's see, did this? No, it's not going to give me the opportunity. It just opened. LRHC just opened. So just very quickly, I mean, if I can sort on any one of these columns, so I've sorted on the change from the open. So there's LRHC. It has moved the most, 105%. But the issue is, what if one of these was starting to move? Okay. Remember now, what if one of these is starting to move? This is only a 5.9%. But what if this is having like a 10 or a 20% jump? Well, you'd never see that. Okay. I mean, unless you're staring at this list and watching a stock as it's moving up this list. So that's where the race really helps. It can show you a stock that is really starting to climb since the beginning of the race. Look at this LR. I feel like can't believe I'm not in it. I'm sure, Christine, you're in it again, aren't you? You didn't wait for any stinking dip, did you? Well, I mean, now we're getting into silly territory because the next high is 267. Takes that out, then the next high is 550. So all races, again, start from a top list window. So of course you can create your own top list window with the parameters that you want, a price range, a minimum volume, whatever other filters you want to add. And then you run the race. So I'm going to open this top list window. And you notice once it starts to populate, try it again. There we go. And so here again, this is my top list window of the stocks that I want to see. All right. And then you right click and you launch the race. And you select your parameters. What do you want the race to be based on? How long do you want the race to be running before another one starts? And this race is based on these are large cappers. Okay, so the minimum here. This does not have. These are not low floaters necessarily. I don't have any market cap in this at all, so it could be anything. But this one has to be at least $500 million market cap. It has to be at least 50 million in the float. So you're not going to see the wild percentages in this. And then there's this one, the large cap losers, okay, from the start of the race. Again, you're not going to see wild percentage moves, but there can be a lot. I don't want to say easier to trade, but they're not quite as volatile, of course, as these ones. So while these ones are wonderful when you're in it and they're moving higher, But when that stops, they can drop just as quickly, if not more quickly. So you've really got to pay attention. All right, MLSS penny popper. So that means it's probably under $1. And the answer is yes. So yeah, popped all the way up to 85 cents. So is this pulling back to any interesting area? So the VWAP is 199. It didn't quite get down there, but it, into the area. And that is LRHC. Here's another one showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. I'm not in this one. TSHA. Wow, and I should be. Look, now this is the one. Look at this. So we had an alert here. Now it was early, 9:33, 3:37. This is now 275. And you can see, don't get too many in in this scan. Yeah, some pretty tough filters that have to be satisfied. All right, now Pixie's had done stuff in the past. PIXY, another low float, 2 million in the float. Let's back this weekly chart out and see where it could go. 249. Yeah, I mean 249 looks like the next high. Yeah, 249 looks like the next high looking left on the weekly chart for Pixie, PIXY. Very low float, 2 million in the float. Yeah, SPY's just barely red now. Dow's down a little, NASDAQ's down a little. So we've got a little bit of a sell-off, an hour anyway. Okay, guys, so I've got about an hour until I take my break at noon Eastern. Michael Nosh should be taking over for me. I'm going to confirm that right now. Man, right back up, guys. Right back up after that pullback. So again, if you're a bit of a pullback player, which I'm not really, I mean, it's not that I don't want to, but I just find it a more, for me personally, a difficult style of trading. I mean, for a lot of others, I probably think this is the, in fact, pullback trading, obviously, if you can time it right, is probably arguably the best because you're getting it at a better price on the pullback as long as it holds. Boy, oh boy, now. So it's over that high. That high is 267. Is over that high. So now your next high is 550. So here's another one. Oh my goodness, this is another real low floater, guys. VLCN only, according to our provider, only has 250,000 in the float. Let me do a check on another site. I just want to see if that's in the ballpark. Yes, this is in the ballpark. Absolutely. So this is a crazy low float situation for VLCN. I'm surprised it's not halted. So they're trying like mad. You can see they got on June the 11th. They had a notice from NASDAQ no longer meeting the 500,000 publicly held shares requirement, et cetera, et cetera. So they're going to try to do something, I guess, in order to not lose their NASDAQ listing. Next high looking left is, wow, 723, guys. 723, is that right? Yeah, 723 is the next high looking left for VLCN. So they did a 1-for-100 reverse split a week ago or so ago. That's what Blaine says in our main room. So that float is correct then. Okay, that is the correct float. AMCX. I'm not going to touch you this time, but boy, I mean, keep an eye on this crazy one, guys. I don't know if there's any. I don't think there's any news on this one today. You know, they got their NASDAQ notice on the 13th. I don't think there's any specific news on it today, other than it's such a low float, and probably traders are looking for more low float situations. I'm going to stick an alert up here at 5. I mean, if it takes out 5, it's got the room. 723 is the next high on a daily chart. Well, when you say nobody trusts, I mean, you can't trust these. I don't care. I don't care what market you're in. I don't see how you can trust these, for long-term holds anyway. Long-term, like 10 minutes. Seriously, not with those floats. Yeah, I never think of these as being longer than 10 minutes or so. And then after that, you've really got to pay attention. Even less. I mean, with that float, 250,000 in the float, talking the VLCN. I mean, but if it pops through 5, traders are going to be looking at this and saying, wow, the next high is 723. Now, it may not do it. It may just stop right now. Wow. Meanwhile, look at Bitcoin, IBIT. Well, let's put a price alert right here. It takes this out. That would be a pretty significant level, in my opinion. Not that far away. Wow, look at this ATRC, guys. I mentioned this one a little earlier. The 22 break and 22.94, 23 break now. And the next high is 23.52. I'll bet you this spread is not good. Yeah, 29 spread is not great. Well, I definitely picked the wrong two to short. The best one definitely was the TSHA. I did okay on the ZNTL, and who knows, maybe it'll continue down, but I'm out of it now. But look at this TSHA and 337. All right, SID is halted for news, guys. SID is halted for news. Brazilian stock. Oh, so that's the reason, Rob. Thank you. So the reason for this ATRC move is because there's an unconfirmed rumor. And here we go. Yeah, traders circulating. Why don't we start circulating rumors, guys? Let's band together and circulate a rumor. Unconfirmed rumor suggesting Edward Life Sciences is set to mull takeover bid. That's EW, right? EW? Not true. maybe another mod, but not this mod. All right, here's another one, guys. Let's take a look at OMGA. OMGA. Another low float. Actually, it's not crazy low, 28 million. Omega. Now, to me, it's got too much resistance looking left. Yeah, it just doesn't have enough room. Okay, this was, I guess, an IPO a couple of days ago. Starting to move down now. TEM, Tempest AI. This is the one, guys, that could just go crazy. This VLCN, I mean, but if you're going to take it, be careful. A 5 break, though, could really get this rocking. Oh, man, guys, this VLCN, I mean, I can't tell you to take the trade. I mean, it's just, and I'm sure it is going to get halted right now. Yes, it is. Whew. What a way to make a living. It's crazy. Well, let's see where it could open, guys. 533 is the halt. And again, this is from the blue screen you see here. This is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with Trade Ideas, okay? And so there's the halt price at 533. This column is giving a potential look into the future as to where it could open, okay? Alex, well, 5. I mean, I kept saying, a 5 break could get it really rocking. But it's not easy. I mean, and it's highly volatile. But I kept saying a 5. I don't know, maybe you can't hear me. I kept saying a 5 break. Keep an eye on a 5 break. Now, typically the first halts are okay. Okay. When I say that, it means that typically the first halt will not be like a huge sell off, but we'll see. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, Alex. Well, what happened is we were watching this one back here. Okay. VLCN back here when it first started to move. And that's when I took a look at the float. I said, man, that's crazy low, 250,000. So what tends to happen, I mean, like I didn't get into the LRCH, right? I did not get it. And I don't think I'm any different from any other trader. Thinking, man, I missed that one. I wonder what could be the next one. So all of a sudden, showed up in this race was the VLCN showing up here. I mean, there's so many places where this VLCN was showing up. And so I thought, okay, for people who didn't get into this one and are looking for the next one, the VLCN could have been it. And well, so far, so good. This is the potential open. What time is it now? 11:19 plus 39 seconds. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be opening in about 2 minutes from now, a little less than 2 minutes from now, if it is a 5-minute halt. Any news? Probably not. Well, no, probably not. I mean, I just think the news is that traders are looking for another low float situation. I may be wrong. Maybe there is something that's being popped up there, but somewhere in the universe, somebody's talking about it, but I don't see any news on it. Okay, 24:39. So in about a minute, if this is a 5-minute halt, this is going to open. And I just had a confirmation. So it will be Michael Noss in our YouTube room in about 40 minutes when I take my break at noon Eastern time. Okay, we have another 30 seconds or so before this opens, if it's a 5-minute halt. Okay, just got to hold 550. And I'm going to be very quick on getting rid of some. Okay. Wow. Okay, I'm out. I'm out, guy. Not everything, but I'm out most of it. Look at this, $6. And why would I do that to get out? Because I mean, as quickly as this went up, it could just absolutely collapse. So just be careful. And look what happened. So I'm out completely now, okay? And it could get halted on the way down too. So anyway, nice quick trade. And it just got halted on the way down. So listen, guys, I hope you took your profits. Don't think it's going to keep running and running and running. Well, you might have thought they're positive, but obviously the market is not reacting that way, Daniel. Okay. I do see the headline also reports. Okay, so yeah, I do see that headline reports positive data, but you know what? Market, I guess it popped a little bit in the pre-market, but not positive enough, or maybe you've got to really dive into the rest of it and find out that it's, I mean, didn't read all this. You cannot just look at that first headline. And in fact, it doesn't really matter what the headline says. The market is telling us, right? The market's telling us. So what I do on Alex on something like that, and I've this is about the fourth or fifth one I've been in, maybe this year in a halt situation, and I could probably go back 5 years and count only a couple. So anyway, yeah. So what I do for that one and anyone, if I happen to be in a halt situation and I saw that it was due to open maybe at around 550, 560. So yeah, I'm just watching to see where it opens. I have my finger on the submit button to take some off, and I'm just watching how it traded. It got very close to 6. My biggest fear, of course, is that it's going to drop down below where I bought it. But typically the first halt is pretty good. Especially with something with 250,000 or so in the float. I mean, you just can emphasize enough, not just talking to you, Alex, or anybody specifically. If you get into any one of these very low float situations, you cannot wander away from your computer. Now, this is not a low float situation, but let's take a look at CVRX. Next high is 1602 on the weekly chart. So this has got some room. All right, give me a moment, guys. Something's gone a little haywire with my headset. Just give me a moment. Good, a nice quick fix. All right, well, as I catch my breath, so VLCN resumed, and it may not be over, but it will be moving. Look, the only way, believe it or not, the only way I might even look at this again, if it can blast through the high of the day, but it doesn't look like it's going to. Yeah, this looks like it's over now, halted on the way down again. VLCN. Yeah, I mentioned this one earlier, this HIMX, right around that 7 break, and it is continuing. What's the float on this one? Yeah, that's right. It's a big float, 247 million. That's a nice 10% move on that float is great. Aha, 9 NNE. You guys, somebody was talking about a nice pullback yesterday in our YouTube room. So this is now an all-time high, okay? NNE right at the all-time high, 1071. That was 3 weeks ago. So NNE all-time high now. Okay, a little bit of a pullback. So I'm going to reset my price alert up here. Put a little bit higher and see if it takes it out again. NNE. One moment, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So what could be next on the low float craziness? Let's see. So Pixie did not really move. This could be next, guys. I mean, Pixie's been, one of these ones that's been traded a lot. You got up to $15. This is back, November of last year, but and what did I say? I think Pixie has, next high is 249. So it's just kind of resting here. So I would keep an eye on Pixie to see if it has a nice break over maybe 211, 212 or so. Ooh, what about this one? XBIT, what's happening with this? Wow, look at this. Okay. So this has just got halted, guys. XBIT just got halted. And results from the randomized double-blinded phase 1/2 suggest a potential breakthrough treatment for advanced pancreatic cancer. Well, that'd be a heck of a... Okay, guys. Well, this could go crazy. Not crazy low float, 19.8, still very low. So now, can this 672, what's going to happen when this opens? Can it possibly get down below 672 and then pop back through it, or is it just going to run immediately? Well, William, you wondered if the halt machine would be active today, and it certainly is. Give me a moment, guys. All right. So when is this good? It doesn't look. It looks like it's just going to open too high. Hello, Marky, in our YouTube room. And now this one is halted on the way down. Okay, so it's halted on the way down. I rarely take these on like to short. Okay, XBit. What time is it now? 11:35 plus 43. So 11, if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it'll be 11:40 plus 43 seconds. Okay, in a little over a minute, if this is a 5-minute halt. Now, where could this go? I mean, this has got a, this is all, yeah, it could be hype news and all that sort of stuff. You know, maybe some resistance around 750, but I don't know. I mean, look where it could open, 720. All right, maybe in 43 seconds this will open. And here's a little glimpse into the future or where it could open. 727. There's your halt at 672. Give me a moment, Marky. Okay. Just give me a moment here. Just waiting to see where this is going to open. I'll do my best to help on a scan based on your criteria. I mean, if I can't, maybe one of the other traders could. So is it going to open? So now this is going to be a 10-minute halt. Okay, so here is a link, Marky. Just give me a moment. So there's my home page. Now, on my home page, the promo code you see is not active, but this is, you can use this one. You got 25% off, okay? So thanks, Nat, 25. So go to my homepage and you can type that promo code in and that'll get you 25% off. And I do appreciate it. Yeah, the room will get credit for the subscription. Meanwhile, you guys are then playing Chewy. Good for you guys. Like really good for you guys. I've been concentrating more on these crazy low floaters. Because my computer says the same thing. All right, guys, 11:42. So again, in about 15 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Michael Noss will be taking over for me. Oh, believe it or not, I'd rather do a Chewy. I mean, I just wasn't. Yeah, I didn't have the same feeling for it that you guys did. That it would keep moving like this. But these are. There's no such thing as easy. I want to say easy, but these are obviously less volatile. Wow. You know what, guys? The last time when we looked at this one, this NRIX, it was just at 16. Remember seeing this one right here. The NRIX was at 16, 1685 now. Had a nice run. Well, this has been a fast morning for me anyway. There are lots of action. And remember, tomorrow the market is closed. The market is closed tomorrow. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, real time alerts, Marky. Yeah, absolutely. The question: will the basic subscription give me live alerts? Yeah, everything you see here, for instance, my momentum scan, these are all real time alerts and part of the basics standard service, basic service. Okay, these are all real time alerts. Any alert window will be a real time alert. Wow. Remember this one? We looked at this one just on a 12 break, and then bam, just got slammed down. Yeah, I don't get too excited about these SPACs, Cass. I can't imagine you do well. I mean, I'm glad you're alerting us to this, but these are when they start trading, and usually they're right around 10. Well, they're always at 10. Maybe keep an eye on LRHC now, guys. It is, you can see, wow, look at that, 30%. And you can see exactly what happened. It's come off the bottom here. Maybe not over. And there we go. There's the XBIT, guys. So ripping here. And it was halted. What was the price again? 672. Yeah, not even close. Not even close to coming down there and then giving us, well, maybe now. No, but this is it's too wild now for me. Wow, look at this trading. So yes, it got below 672, but the problem is it popped way up here, up to 790. Now then it's a massive pullback. So and the spread is awful. Six. I mean I mean that you can see how it widens. I mean, it's a terrible spread. So I'm just going to take a pass. You know what may not be over, guys, is the RELI may not be over. You know, it's sort of inching its way up again. If it takes out $1 later on in the day, and there's the 200-day moving average, it's just above that. look at its look at its average true range. Okay, on average is about 2.5 cents, and that's 1963% today. I mean, that's another way in which, we've got you can use that filter right there. You want to find stocks that are really trading abnormally. You can also use a filter like that. This today's range filter that tells you the percentage that it's moved compared to what it normally does in terms of its average true range. Wow, this is just getting trashed here. MDIA just getting absolutely hammered here. Okay, guys, so I'm just kind of biding my time until Michael takes over for me in our YouTube room. So what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in the main room, so you can head over and listen to Michael. It's not there yet. And of course, anybody in YouTube, you ask him questions. I know one of the things he's going to hammer at you is you must have a trading plan. Ah, shoot, lost sight of the Pixie. Look at the Pixie now. I lost sight of it. This sort of, we'll call it low float rotation, guys. I mean, that's really what's happening. We're just getting, intraday low float rotation. Traders getting out of one low float situation into another one. Wow, guys. Well, there's the Pixie. I mentioned it, watch for that 2 break, 212 actually. Unfortunately, I missed it. Man, how ugly was this? Now, the only thing I'm going to do with the XBit is I might put an alert at that halt price, maybe later on in the day if it does it, maybe. But it has been, that's all over the place. And this is not, I mean, it's a low float. 19.8 is still very low, but it's acting like the crazy low ones under a million. All right, I have this one thumbnailed and it's making a little bit of a move, guys. ASNS making a little bit of a move now off the 2 level. Man, pixie, pixie, pixie. Well, what's the next one? Now, what did I say? I said the next high is 249. So if you took that one, just be aware of that 250 level. And if it can somehow get through that 250 level, the next high is 286. But I'd be, yeah, I mean, listen, I'd be out most guys, to tell you the truth. At 250 level could really stall it. So I don't see any news on it. I just think it's, traders looking for the next one that has a low float. No, man, look at XBIT now. XBIT has turned around and it is now a 10-day a 10-day low. Wow. How crazy is that? Through the 200-day moving average even. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement up here. I'm not gone yet. I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. Usually he's right around noon, so I'll just put my announcement up. Now they're going to use this big white space up here. But this is kind of a little bit typical of what we see. When you're not in earnings season and there's not a lot of earnings plays, this is when we see these low floaters because that's what the concentration is on. Oh, guys, the LRCH is, I mean, look at this, 24%. I mean, LRHC is starting to move again. Not in it, never got in it. So it actually had some news, okay? Announces a plan to acquire a company. So it did have some news. Of course, this is on the heels of a couple of days ago saying, I guess on Friday, we are not going to do a financing that we had planned to do. So the fact that they yanked the financing and what now, for all the reasons why they said they wanted to do a financing, they're still in place. So, it wouldn't surprise me if maybe not during market hours, but maybe tomorrow, if this price holds, that they'll announce another financing. Yeah, when you say there goes Pixie, yeah, you meant on the way down. That's what I kind of thought, getting closer and closer to that 250 level. So you don't marry these guys. I mean, you got to be quick. So this afternoon, I'll look for another one and see if, when I get back from my break, see if we can find another one. Okay, guys, so I put the YouTube link in. There's my message. Michael is not in the YouTube room yet, but I anticipate he'll be there in about a minute and a half or so. Yeah, what was the deal on Chewy today? I mean, it had a great reaction to earnings on the 29th. And it is basically just, that's May 29th, and it just basically continued. But I don't see any specific news on it. Other than it's got a, pretty high short flow percent. Not crazy high, but all right, guys. I just heard a little pop, so I think Michael is in our YouTube room now. So I'm going to see you. I'm going to put myself on mute now in the main room. So we'll see you guys in about an hour at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And now I can introduce Michael Noss to our YouTube, anybody who's in YouTube right now. How are you, Michael?
Good. How's it going?
Excellent. This has been a super exciting day. None of the stuff that you would do, but for us degenerates who love these these quick low float plays, it's been amazing.
Yeah, for us non-degenerates, it's kind of slow. Tomorrow's, that weird mid-week holiday thing, so that might screw things up a bit, but
Well,
yeah.
so far, so good. I mean, for those of us who like to see these low, well, it's not that I want to see them, but they're just appearing. It's not like I'm not really scanning for them. They just they're just appearing either in the races or in the momentum scan, and it's kind of funny because it's almost like it's a sector rotation. For those of us who didn't get the first one, we look for the next one, and we didn't get the second one, we look for the third one, and it's been rotating unbelievably today. But this is also, but I did see you talk about Chewy. And are you in Chewy?
Yeah, a little bit. One of my favorite setups, right, for us old boomers that like to hold things for a few days. I just look for things that, right, the nice earnings report, it holds after the earnings report. So I just actually had a buy order in as this thing kind of broke through highs, right, 24 and a half, I think. So
Right.
It's doing great. I think it's a little short squeeze going on. So probably going to be out by the end of the day. Didn't mean it to be a day trade, but if it's going to give that to me, I'm not gonna say no.
Now, I haven't looked at Rifter at all. And are you getting like a good feel for it yet, or?
I've just put on my own settings for moving averages that I like.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
beauty.
But
of
are
it
you
is
using the alerts that they're coming from the Market Explorer channel, or are you just clicking on anything and of course you've got your settings?
Yeah, no, it's in this because that's for mostly day trading, and I don't day trade. So
Okay.
Yeah, not something that's going to interest me, but right, it's good for those who are more interested in day trading.
All right. Well, I'll take a look at it this afternoon. I just haven't had a chance because there's been so much other stuff going on. Anyway, I'll let you go, and we'll
Cool.
see you in about an hour.
All right. Have a good one.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as always, we're giving Barry some much deserved, much needed time off. Open up the room to some live Q&A about trade ideas or trading or anything like that. So we'll make sure you ask any questions you have. I'm actually on for you, those who use the web. I'm playing with a new layout that we just launched that we're calling MyScope 360. I guess you can find it if you go for here in trade ideas. You click my trade ideas, and then over on the side there is MyScope, and this will take any symbol list that you have and does a couple cool things. One is just the symbol list is right here, so you can just kind of click through. Right now I have it just pointed as an ETF list of things that I watch. I'll go through here and you can click through and update the chart and all that. And then also we have a little bit of I usually like to do just change from the close. We have a ETF or whatever you have selected, a heat map, and then a race going on here. So you can just keep an eye on what sectors or anything on your watch list is doing. So if we just go to, I don't know, my liked, I haven't updated this in a while. You can see some stuff here with Robinhood and BJ Wholesale, which is something I bought yesterday. Just a good way to keep an eye on lists that you put together as opposed to just looking for scans, right? And then we've got the market scope if you're just looking for what's moving right now, and then we have the sector scope for more of a deep dive into what sectors are doing well and moving and all of that. So yeah, playing more and more with the web as a Mac guy. I'm very excited. There's only a couple more features that I'm waiting for, and I get to kind of fully convert from a download to web. So when banking stocks decline, it often leads to a decline in the market. Not necessarily. Banking stocks are going to be more closely related to interest rates as opposed to anything else, right? So if you take a look, if you compare XLF to TLT is probably a good proxy over the long run. They're going to have more relation than XLF and the market because the higher interest rates are generally good for larger banks, and then lower interest rates are generally good for things like tech companies and all of that. So more of a focus there. Also, the IWM, the small cap index, has a lot of banks in it as well. A lot of those little tiny banks that you guys have in America, where it's like you guys have 1,000 banks. So the IWM will certainly be related to the XLF. Something like the SPY right now, because it's so weighted on tech, doesn't really care about interest rates and therefore doesn't really care about banking, right? So like Apple, for example, will do very well with interest rates being high because they have $67 billion just sitting there in cash, right? $67 billion bucks in cash. So they're going to do very, very well as long as the interest rates remain high. And again, yeah, it's going to come a lot when it comes to different rates, right? So KRE, for example, is doing very, very well today because it's bouncing. Because if we go to TLT is moving higher, which means that rates are moving slightly lower. So it's more of an expectation on rates thing than it is. It is one of those things that leads to it's kind of an existential question of what is the market, right? The SPY right now, if you just look at the weightings, if that's what you're using as the market, is so weighted into large tech that they don't really need banks. Like, Apple could be its own bank if it really wanted. Same with Nvidia and all these kind of guys. They're not going to move based off of the whims of the banking sector. It's the usually like retail and smaller things that have that have more of a time, right? Let's try to find something to. Spider Bank ETF, because XLF includes all of financials. I think KBE is specifically just banks, so no brokers or anything would make it in. One thing that I was actually watching from a scan the other day was IBKR. This is an interesting look to me here on Interactive Brokers. This blue line I just have set up as essentially the 50 period. I've just taken these clouds and I've made them so like the green cloud is, I believe, the 7 and the 9 EMA. I just like the fact that they change colors based off whether they're going up and down. So if you put in, I can just look at it here actually. And 2 and boop. 7 and 9 EMA. Turn that one off. So that's basically just the 8 exponential moving average, but I just have it so it changes colors based on whether it's going up or down. And then we can make this actually the 49 and let's say 51 EMA. Do that. All right, so now this is basically the 8 EMA and this is the 50. And it looks very interesting here, right? Just a nice kind of clean pullback on Interactive Brokers. Obviously, an amazingly strong trend on this one. Then it's got this $120 psychological type level. So let's actually just do an alert here. Yeah, so just an interesting, right? If we hold in, we dig in here, and we start to push higher in Interactive Brokers, could be a nice low risk area to take a shot in an overall pretty good uptrend. Like I mentioned, I bought some BJ wholesales yesterday as it broke the prior day's high. So I'm in this one from kind of right here. That's pushing higher. YMM. I'm in this guy as well. I was watching TME, but that kind of fell apart. I want that over 15. Never really got there. And then Coinbase I have here on watch still. If crypto can dig in, I like the look of Coinbase, but has to get going over like 250. I set an alert there as well. Coinbase is just struggling because if you look at like IBIT, IBIT. Right, so Bitcoin down a little bit today, ETHE. Ethereum down a little bit today, right? So crypto struggling. So one of the things that I'm in, if we just go to I liked Robinhood here. I'm watching this one. It's a nice pullback. If it can hold this kind of 22-ish area, that might be a nice little pickup there as well. Getting into Monster on this dip. No, I don't like buying dips. I like buying, no, not that one. MS, not that Monster. MSTR MicroStrategy. Now, I want to see with MicroStrategy, kind of what I've been looking at is this cup and handle style pattern. So I'll just try that out. 5. Right, so we've got potentially the cup here, and then we have the handle potentially, right, going on like this. But for me, I want to see price confirm this idea. Right, that's kind of what I'm looking at it for the cup and handle pattern, which we got to remember the psychology behind it is just you have a dip that gets bought up, and then you have some consolidation after that that gets bought up. I do really like the fact that we have a 21% short float on Monster. So if things get going, they can really get going. But yeah, I just want to see a little bit of a push here as well. I really do think this is kind of the best kind of Bitcoin proxy, even more than the ETFs right there. Yeah, micro. Yeah. Again, just there's nothing wrong with just kind of picking an area and saying, okay, well, we got the 50 moving average there, and I'm bullish on Bitcoin. I'm going to pick a shot here and go. You'll get a better risk reward by just buying at a support area or at a pullback area. For me, it's just I like the market to confirm, which just means the win rate as well. The ETFs. So yeah, with this ETF, I just kind of sort it by what's up the most. UNG and URA both are doing very well. So I've got an eye on uranium. I'm watching a more particular, this NLR is interesting to me, where this is very much an ETF for nuclear, the whole play on nuclear, which has been doing, you can see the monthly chart has been doing very, very well recently, as more places are thinking of adopting nuclear. So I'm just kind of watching, right? We've got that area right there, and that turns to oops, not that one. So it's about $80 even. We want to point up. Right, and this is a very favorite play of mine, if I can ever get it, is just look at this prior resistance areas that get broken out and come back and test the support, and then look for a bounce off that. And the thing I love about them is you know exactly where you're wrong. So if we get kind of a hold up in this area for NLR, then I can buy some there, and I know exactly if we If we break down, pretty much close below this candle's low, or you could just say 80 bucks a share, then I'm either wrong or early, and it's time to go and wait for the next one. It's a super clean setups. And that's really, at the end of the day, the most important thing, in my opinion, is just go, okay, when do I know that I'm wrong? So that I can just cut and run, go to the next thing. Yeah, other than that, it's all the usual suspects up today. We have SMH continuing to rocket, continuing to burn literally everybody who has bet against this whole trend. It's having really, really bad days. Just watching this BJ wholesale, see if we can get a breakthrough. Right, we have this 90 bucks, right? You can see, if you just zoom out at all, right? It was resistance on this day. It was resistance in the pre-market here, and it was resistance in the pre-market here, and then it was resistance on this day. So 90 bucks is a pretty big level for this one if it can kind of get and close through. And again, I'm long from around 88 here when we broke yesterday's high right there. That's where I bought some yesterday. So obviously looking to hope we can break through that 90 bucks and keep going on that one. I have an order out to get out half the position at, I believe, 90 and a half, give or take. That will just, remove the risk from the trade, and then I can just put the stop loss right at the low right here and just kind of let it do its thing. PayWeb down today, which isn't great, but I've been watching. You can put on a stochastic here. It's a little bit of a overbought, oversold oscillator, and you can see right back here on this uptrend ever since the downtrend in KWeb stopped. We got oversold kind of right here and had a nice bounce. And then we got oversold right here and had a nice little bounce, and oversold here, had a nice little bounce. So oversold right here, hopefully a nice little bounce there as well. That's why I was watching this TME, which is Tencent, because it's just been a great trader, but I wanted that over this kind of $15 area. That never happened. I did take this YMM on this day when it closed over 9 with my stop just right under these lows right here at like 850-ish. So risking 50 cents if this thing can get going, and you zoom out on this, it's got room for sure. And if it can break over this kind of $9-10, it's got room to potentially fill this gap and push a little higher there. Still remains to be seen, though. Yeah, I'm absolutely loving this new layout for just to keep an eye on things. Because I have this browser just kind of set up like this, where I can go and say, okay, here's what the sector scope's doing. I can spend some time over here, say, hey, here's what's moving today. Let's do a change from the open. And here's everything moving today. I kind of click through. I'm not like super interested as Barry is to a lot of the low float kind of stuff because I'm more of a swing trader, but I still click through this periodically and to see if there's anything that looks good that might be breaking out of a base, right? That's where I kind of was looking at Chewy from. Jesus, Pixie. $47,000 a share. You can do, change in the last 30 minutes. See if there's anything on the move. And then back to here. So if I end up liking something, I'll just take it and I'll just add it to my liked list, right? So we can just add Chewy there, nice and easy. So BJ there. So I can just keep this open on the corner of my screen while I'm doing other stuff all day and keep an eye on everything. I did buy a little Ethereum yesterday, so I'm just going to keep an eye on this ETHE. It's a good proxy. Actually, let's just add IBIT and add ETHE. What a marvelous. I can just watch everything here. So as always, right, we're open to questions about the software. I know it's a slow day on a slow week, starting the doldrums of summer, but we're here to answer questions. Very nice push on Dell here. Yeah, a lot of stuff breaking out here for sure. So a strong day overall in the markets. IWM's looking okay. MDY is looking okay. There's our mid cap index. IWC, which is our micro caps, still okay-ish. How do you get to the market scope? Yeah, super easy. Just go to our let's go to the main website, tradeadeas.com, and just click up here on My Trade Ideas. And that will open up the market scope. And then you've got all your other dashboards right here as well. And it's one of those things, especially for day traders, to be blunt, this is probably all most people need. Right? Show me the stuff that's moving up a lot. Show me the stuff that's moving down a lot. Show it to me in real time. And just kind of cut out the rest. The rest is kind of noise and distraction and all that. I've been using TI Pro for 2 weeks now and getting accommodated. That's good. That's, I'd say, faster than normal. Certainly takes some time to get everything sorted. We understand it's a robust system, therefore has to be somewhat kind of complex. So yeah, it takes a little bit of time to figure it out. So all the races are derived from the scanners. What do you think we need to do more with the scanners? But at the end of the day, you're scanning for stuff going up or stuff going down or stuff going sideways. That's about it. This BJ is going to be a bit of a jerk, isn't it? Can't complain. It's been up every 15-minute candle so far today. Yeah, I'm going to hold on. I'm going to open up my other screen here, away from you guys. I'm going to take a big chunk of Chewy off the table. It looks like we're struggling here with that whole number. See, it got through 27 twice. Got 227, a little bit through it, pulled back, and got 227, pulled back. I'm just going to take, again, it's been an amazing trade. I've got nothing to complain about. It's going to take some off the table here. That gives me the room on this one to really, I can put my stop now at the low of the day. If that gets hit, I'm still going to make money on the trade and just kind of move on. So yeah, I'm telling you, if you're looking for stuff that's breaking out as it's breaking out, the races are your ticket. That's why we did that thing that we did, where it's constantly not showing based off candle close or anything. It's showing real time. Same with this up and down. There's for what's moving and when, there's certainly nothing faster. This summit's been interesting. SMMT. Yeah, big push this first day, and then it's just been consolidating here. You can see it showing up on the relative strength scanners as well. Testing these prior highs right here at $7, like $8. I'm gonna put a little alert on that guy at $8. See if we start to push through there. 750 would be your stop, and could get to 10 pretty easily. Well, there goes BJ. It's able to find it right there because you can see it hit the race right on the top. So I didn't need to wait for a candle close or anything like that. It's just saying, hey, this is moving the most right now, which is good. Might be getting close to get out part of the position here. as soon as I get that partial out for a good price, just gives you a little sigh of relief, and B, it gives you back a bunch of buying power, which is good. And then C, it kind of lets me move on. Say, all right, what's the next thing? Because on the rest, I just trail the stop and I just let her go. So yeah, what I've been doing a lot of is just creating list after list after list, and just letting that. I got to clean up these lists because this is a different account, right, that I show you guys. But just been creating tons of lists and leaving open because you can actually open up multiple of these guys. Right, so that's on the ETF list, and then we can move this to just, I don't know, say my liked, right, and I can just switch back and forth, or you can also just open them up. Right, I'm showing a pretty small screen right now, obviously, because everything's got to fit onto what I'm showing you guys. But generally, what I'm having a lot of on kind of one of my side monitors is just like 4 of these opened up and just saying, hey, here's what's with just different lists of I have like what I'm kind of separating them into is when I'm doing my scanning at night, I'm building a long candidates list, a short candidates list, an ETF list, and then my holdings kind of things that I'm in list. And because, right, you can just grab these things. This is going to look really cramped on the screen, but just remember, I'm doing this obviously on a much larger monitor. You're able to just kind of grab all of these and just create these dashboards. 1 second, sorry. Yeah, so you can create these, I guess, kind of dynamic web-based things. Yeah, it's a big fan. And again, this is just the web version for people who are on a Mac, or people who just don't, you're at work, you're sneaking a couple trades at work and you can't install something, or some people just like the simplicity, right? The idea with the web is that we're making everything simple. We've actually noticed with a lot of our clients who've been testing the web and who also have access to the download end up liking the web better because it simplifies everything for them. They're not allowed to, most people overcomplicate the crap out of trading. Like that's a very common thing that a lot of people know. They want to get like super nitty gritty about like very specific indicators and scans and setups and all this. And then eventually find that doesn't really help them at the end of the day. You're looking for stuff that's breaking out. You're looking for stuff that's moving on volume. You're looking for stuff that's pulling back. And that's about it, right? So it's like the more you can simplify your trading, if we know, which we do, that getting into the nitty gritty and going like super, super deep isn't really going to make anyone a crap ton more money than having something simple and then just having a process that you can point to all the time. That's the move, right? You're able to save yourself so much time and energy and then make better decisions because you're simplifying your trading, right? Again, the more advanced you try to get, generally speaking, the worse that kind of stuff will happen. Help me understand. D equals seconds. No, that won't work. The formula you're trying to do. Again, make sure you take a look, and the easiest way is go into the settings, the overview, right? So you're trying to do a volume up thing. So you just go to the volume up alerts, and these are your options. And those are your only options. Right? You can't go in and modify any of these strings and make them more precise. Everything on Trade Ideas works on ingestion of 1 minute bars. So I know you're trying to do like a weird 30-second volume thing, which now you're trying to get into the realm of fighting with HFTs, and good luck to you. But that won't work. I don't know if BJ got high enough to tag me out or not. Nope. Got close. Now I hope it doesn't do that thing that's happened to all of us, where it gets within a couple cents of your take profit and then just reverses. Because man, that's annoying. But don't worry about it. No, we're here to answer questions like that. But yeah, just know that, right, the main idea is that if it's here, or if it's under filter codes, if it's here, you can't modify these strings, but you could add or subtract things to it. And that's the purpose of the custom formulas, again, is not to get super nitpicky and because Trade has been open for 20 years. We've had tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of traders come in and use our software and go out. So we start to notice trends on who makes money and sticks around for a while, and who doesn't. And again, the getting more and more precise and nitpicky, that's not the move, right? So broad general things work better in the markets. And as someone who's a quant, when it comes to a lot of my trading decisions, I can tell you, when you back test, the simpler the back test, the better, the more robust, the more of a chance that it will last over time. So the point of this is more to create filters that may not exist at the time. So, for example, one thing that I've used the custom formula for, if I can find it here, average. Yeah, so the average true range. We have it expressed in dollars. If you wanted it expressed in percentage, right, you just take ATR divided by price times 100. Like that's the kind of thing that we made this custom formula stuff for, where it's, hey, I want to see this as a percentage, or instead of a dollar amount, or I want to see the change in 2 minutes, but I want that expressed as ATR. So I can then grab change in 2 minutes and I can divide it by ATR. It's more for converting one thing to another than getting like really, really precise when it comes to a bunch of different things, if that makes sense. Yeah, and I know the it is very much human nature. That's why I talk about being as broad and as simple as possible in your trading, because it is very much human nature to expend energy to avoid pain, we'll call it, where every time you lose money on a trade, that is painful, right? It sucks to lose money on a trade. No one wants to do it. So we try to get like, very, very, oh, how could I have not lost money on that trade? Or how could I, and I find what happens is we spend a lot of time, we as traders in general, spend a lot of time trying to search for the perfect system. And if I tweak this and I change this and I move this, then things get even better and better and better. But at the end of the day, at at the at the core of it, there is no way to do that, right? At the end of the day, we will be right roughly uh, 60, 50 to 60% of the time. That's it. That's kind of the peak of what we can hope for. And it's some people, when I say that, if they believe me, so a lot of people think, no, I'll be the guy who's right 80, 90% of the time. But some people are like, oh, that's depressing. And I don't think it's depressing at all. I think it's actually liberating when you kind of accept that, okay, I won't be right. I'll be right half of the time. If you just kind of commit and you just put that in your, say, okay, I will be right roughly half the time on every trade I make. Hopefully, I'm trading for 50 years, depending on how old you are. And about half of them I'll be right, and about half of them I'll be wrong. And once you kind of internalize that, I find it for me anyway, was very, very liberating, because what I ended up doing was focusing way less on the setup, where I think most traders spend way too much of their time, and spending much more on the, okay, well, when I'm right, how do I make as much money as possible? And again, that for me became, again, way, way more liberating. And just, it also allowed me to not be as emotional when I took losses and I cut them. And also allowed me to not get super big into trades either. Because again, I knew every time I hit the button, I'm assuming about half of the time I'm going to lose money on it. So I know that I can't ever just go really, really big, because I will half the time I'll lose money. Right? It's kind of the way she works. So that allows, again, a very robust, I find, level of freedom, where you kind of say, okay, well, I've done my research, I've hit the button, it's everything else is up to chance. Now it's just, how do I do really well when I'm right, and make sure I don't lose too much when I'm wrong. So like, here's a good example for BJ, is my entry was right here. My stop loss was right here. So I'm risking this tiny little amount. So from 88, call it, to, I don't know, 87, just to make it simple. So $1 from 88 to 87. I was risking $1. So now we're up $2, and I'm trying to take profits on half the position. So for math's sake, I was risking $100 total, you could say. Well, now I'd be up 200 on the trade, right? Just, again, to make the math simple on it. If I can take half the position off for being up, say 250 or 300, if I can get that kind of 90-50-ish that I'm looking for, then I will, even if it comes back and it stops me out, I'll make a little bit of money on the trade, and that will give me the freedom to say, okay, let's really ride this thing, just in case this monthly chart, if you look at it, just in case we have another massive month like this where it goes from $75 to 90. If we can tack on another month like that and we get to anywhere near 100, well, now we're talking 5, 6, 7 times my risk. So in my head, I'm like, that's all I care about, is there's a chance where I could make multiple times my risk on the trade. I'm going to do it because at the end of the day, that's all that matters. Because now in my head, I'm just crunching the numbers and saying, okay, well, if I can make 2 to 3 times my risk on any given trade, and I expect to be right half of the time, it turns out, generally speaking, I'm right a little bit more. But if I just assume half the time for a worst case scenario, well, then it's just a math game after that. You know, it's just knowing that if I'm right half of the time, I will know that there will be losing streaks and there will be winning streaks. There'll be times where I'm wrong 5, 6, 7 times in a row, and there'll be times where I'm right 5, 6, 7 times in a row. So I need to be trading small enough that I'm okay with being wrong 10 times in a row, because it will happen at some point. Even with a 60% win rate, you're going to have streaks where everything just sucks. That's just part of anything that has a level of uncertainty, which trading does. So then again, the game is, if you just crunch the numbers and you say, okay, I'm going to turn trading into a purely probabilistic pursuit, in which I'm going to treat almost every trade that I make as if the odds are a coin flip. Well, if we were to play a game where every time I flip a coin and it hits heads, I give you $2, and it hits tails, you give me $1. Well, that's a great game, right? That you want to play that game as much as possible and as often as possible, and with enough size that, knowing that you may have 10, maybe 20 tails in a row where you have to pay me $1, but over time you'll end up making money. That's more or less how I treat trading. So when I'm going through these things, I'm doing all of this analysis, but I'm not going super crazy hardcore on it, because again, I know at the end of the day, the power of what I do is that I trade with the trend, and asset prices trend over time. So all I have to do is, again, be right in that 50-50 area, which just over time, by sitting in the chair and working on my strategy, I know that has improved. And then at the end of the day, just math will kind of find a way, right? As long as you're making more when you're right than you're losing when you're wrong. That's really where I think people should focus. That's why I'm excited for the web version, in which, again, you don't need to go crazy. It's just, and I'm talking swing trading, but the same thing should happen whether you're day trading or investing or whatever it is. It's, at the end of the day, it's all the same idea. Right? If you're scalping, these low float penny stocks, you're basically either buying pullouts, or you're buying or breakouts, or buying pullbacks, or some combination of the two. and you're trying to make more when you're right than you lose when you're wrong, right? DraftKings, perfect example here. Nice break of prior day's highs, probably stop under $42, and now you're up to 43. Yeah. So if you're day trading, it's the same thing. I would just focus on these lists right here. LPA, whatever this insane thing is, going from, what is it, $15 to 24 and then back to 18 in a couple of minutes, right? So if you believe in this pullback, you'd find a place to get involved in the pullback, and you'd find a place with a stop loss, and then you'd hope that if you're right, you can target 2, maybe 3 times that, and know that there's a probably 50-50 shot you're going to be wrong. The overcomplication of trading is definitely something I wish I could help more traders with, because it's a definite problem that a lot of traders would very much help. I think it would help them if they could figure out a way just to focus on making things a little bit easier for themselves just by going simple, right? My analysis, I've gathered that most of my trades are correct. Well, if most of your trades are correct, then kind of mathematically, I would bet that you have a lower risk reward, which isn't a bad thing. You just need to know that you need to continue to have most of your trades correct, right? If you're getting wicked out of all of your trades and then they're going in your direction, then just wait until after the wick happens, right? I don't think you'll find that it's that simple at all. If you're, that would probably mean your stop loss is too tight as well, right? So you may want to experiment with loosening up your stop loss, but that's also going to then skew your risk reward. So you need to find out which of those things you would rather have done to you, right? Would you rather have a few losers that you get wicked out and then they go in your direction, or would you rather have a higher risk reward, right? If she's in college and you want her to learn the market, I've always said that if I were to go back to college with the intention of being a good trader or investor, the psychology and like probability theory, like statistics, I think would be the place that I would spend most of my time. Um, when she gets out of college, maybe she takes her CMT, becomes a market technician like myself. That's great, but I really do think that, again, there is I guarantee you, because there's millions of people trying to figure out this problem all the time. I guarantee you there is no, you put this together with this together with this and you solve the market. It just will not happen. It cannot happen the way the markets adapt, right? It will never ever be a thing. So then what separates good traders from bad traders? Well, what separates good traders from bad traders at the end of the day is how they manage their psychology. And then, do they understand that the market's just a basket of probabilities? And then they're trying to work in this kind of probabilistic mindset. It's why poker players, right, generally make great traders, because they're used to building these skills of managing emotions in higher stress situations and things like this. So, if you're trying to be a good trader, like a philosophy / psychology / probability thing, I think would be really good. Also, like coding, computer science could be great. You could teach her to build back tests and statistics and things to very much back up trading styles and philosophies, right? I find that people who either manually backtest, which just means going through charts and annotating where you would have bought and sold and all of this, and um, those people end up doing very well in trading, just because they have, again, they understand the probabilistic framework, right? They develop a theory of the markets, and then they test that theory of the markets in some way, and they come to the conclusion that yes, it will be right, 53% of the time, and it will make 2-to-1 risk reward. And then when it comes time to trade, because they know that and they've tested that, it becomes a lot easier kind of in their head to say something like, okay, I know I'm not going to be right all the time. I know I'm going to be right this percentage of the time. So then I can trade around being right that percentage of the time, and kind of making money with that. So, yeah, it ends up being that type of thing. I think works way better than understanding, taking like a finance class, and this is someone I have a major. I took my major in finance. And again, if I were to go back, I would do like coding and probabilities and more psychology than I did. I heard you on mute, Barry.
Haven't said a thing yet, but I will say something now, Michael. I will say, as always, thanks for giving me the break of the hour. I definitely, it's fantastic that you guys do this for me between 12 and 1 every day. Allows me to recharge my energies for the afternoon, which, we talked about this a long time ago, Michael. I really think that if I weren't doing this, I'd wake up and my, West Coast time, I'd probably wake up, well, I'm maybe 8 o'clock, 8:30, and then around 10 o'clock, maybe turn on my computer, see the ones that were moving in the morning, and then trade in the afternoon for a couple of hours. And that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Probably would do that.
I would, I've thought of doing our partner Trade the Pool, who has, these kind of funding challenges, where you can get up to like $250,000, I think, to day trade with. I've often thought of taking one of those challenges and only doing the afternoon slot, just to kind of prove it. Because with my swing trading, I'm telling you, I see the guys in our personal trade ideas chat talking about getting kind of wicked out and chopped out and all this all the time. And my swing trading has gotten better and way less effort when I only really look at the stocks at the end of the day. I just go through and I say, okay, where, because I've got a list of things that I own and a list of things that I may want to own. I go, where does the candle look like it's closing at? And I take the trade. And then even for day trading, I would probably go, and I would probably, if it was me, if I had to start day trading again, I'd probably set up like a race like this and have this run in the morning, and then just go through these particular symbols like afternoon, and just
get your top 10 list that you've got and take a look at them.
And just look for, some sort of fade or say, hey, are these things gonna fade back? Is it one of those things that pops in the morning and then just rejects, or are they going to break out and continue? I think you would get less, you wouldn't be buying the thing that is up 70% or something that day. But I think it would be way more relaxing.
Oh, there's no question.
Way more calm.
I mean, because even the crazy ones, though, Michael, I mean, even the crazy ones that are up 70%, a lot of times what happens is, of course, in the first hour or even hour and a half, 2 hours, they go kind of crazy. And then sometimes they just do nothing for several hours. And then all of a sudden, 1:30, 2 o'clock Eastern time, they get rolling again. The enthusiasm comes back. And now those are on the crazy ones. But even on the other ones, more traditional, like you would be looking at, Macy's. I'll take talk about Macy's or something old school. They event sometimes in the afternoon, all they do is just kind of eventually establish a decent trend, either up or down. that is not gyrating all over the place. That even the large cappers, they can still have some pretty decent gyrations in the morning. But I just find in the afternoon, things have settled down, and then maybe direction finally for the last couple of hours is set, and you get these nice little continuous moves that are very stress free.
Well, and right, the old saying that amateurs open the market and professionals close it, that started because if you're a large institution who's looking to take a position, you're generally not going to be doing it in the first 5 minutes of the day,
Right.
or even that morning, because you could get a really crap fill. And if you're trying to get filled on a $10 million position, and your fill, you end up taking 2 to 3% slippage, well, you're fired, right? Where
Yeah.
in that mid to end of the day, yeah, you've got a pretty decent idea of, okay, this is roughly where the price is at, and then they'll start buying or selling at that time. That professional, to say, hey, I can get my trade without a bunch of craziness going on. So I personally think that's why you get those sustained moves, because you're now trading with the institutions who are either buying up or selling your stock. But yeah, I've often thought of doing it as just saying, hey, okay, I'm gonna come back at call it 1 or 2, probably 2 to 3 Eastern, and say, hey, this last 2 hours or so of the day, just take whatever the high flyers that were of the day, and do some basic technical analysis, mark up some charts, and look for them to either fall apart or continue their morning trend. I think that, yeah, it wouldn't be the most exciting time, but I think it'd be way more stress free, and at the end of the day, probably end up making more money, to be honest.
Okay, well then that's it. I'm not going to. I'm going to start. I'm going to open the room at about 10 o'clock my time. Then.
Oh, and you'd be so much more rested too.
Oh yeah. Okay, Michael. Well, listen. Thanks a lot again, and we'll see you next week.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Talk to
Bye-bye.
you then. Bye-bye.
Okay, guys. So I'm back in both rooms. Back in both rooms. Just give me a moment as I get my music going. Now, I did see. Now, guys, can you remember we were looking at this NRIX? I saw this NRIX right around this level here. What a move it has had from about 1675, almost a $2 move. And I'm trying to see if there's any news on this. The only news I see is Wainwright put I don't know, a $26 price target on them from 19. I haven't thought that much about Wainwright. They seem to be kind of the wild card out there. But anyway, that seems to be the only news I can see for this one today. And just that upgrade. What a move, though. Now, I also did see that this was another. I was on my break. Remember, I was saying I wonder what the next low float situation could be, and I guess this was it, VSCA, because I don't see any news on it. But 7.3 million in the float, and what time is it right there? Well, this is yesterday. Okay, right there at 12:15. All of a sudden, boom! It goes from 473 all the way up to almost $1 before it pulled back a little bit. So that was kind of the next low floater that happened. And I did see the VLCN look like it was trying to get over 5 again, but couldn't quite do it. However, I mean, well, it did. I shouldn't say that. It did a couple of times, but it could not hold over 5. I mean, if it can hold over 5, if it can get back up to say 519 with some volume, this could have one of those late day runs. It did get up to 6. Yeah, I had that one earlier, DAC, but I got out of it. Yeah, I got out of it. Did okay in it. It was a short from the 10-day daily breakdown, but I decided to get out of it. Hmm. And I saw the NNE. I had a price alert for NNE. Yeah, right there, right around $11, and I see it did take it out. Got up to 11.71. Pull back a little bit. An all-time high now. NNE. All right. Now Pixie is okay. It had the big pop up, pulled back. Maybe it's getting ready to go again. PIXY. Yeah, and I see the Rely. Actually, I really thought the Rely would challenge one a lot better and maybe break above it, but it just didn't do it. Oops, sorry, I had myself on mute. So clicking on my homepage link, there is the code to use now. Thanks, Dad. 25. You've got 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And please use whatever code you find on my homepage. That'll really help to keep the room free. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started. 10 short videos. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, this is Michael Noss. You might have listened to him. He was in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. He put this together. It's all free. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, it is also free. You can sign up for it. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section here. And my scans. So looking for, these are my scans that I'm currently sharing. So if you click on my homepage link, I always do this. People say, where are they? So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. So here are the couple that you see. The large cap gainers is here. The biggest gainers, doesn't matter what size market cap it is here. Here are the relative strength leaders from the close is here. Okay. And the Halts resumes is over here. Momentum, my momentum scan. I'm not showing it, but it is a popular scan. You can have a look at that. And the 10-day daily breakouts, they're here and down, breakouts and breakdowns. So lots of scans to take a look at. I don't have them all up and running. I may bring back the continuation or reversal scan once we get into earnings season. I'm surprised. No, it was my problem, Captain. I had muted the mic for a second and I forgot to turn it on. All right, guys, keep an eye on the VLCN. I mean, it looks like it's trying one more time to get through 5. But I would not take it unless I got up to about the 520 level. See if we can really clear this. Ooh, monkeypox. Well, this was a monkeypox play. GOVX just got halted, guys. Did see this earlier, but I didn't really think that much about it. And volume is now coming in. Almost 1 million shares, 42 times normal. Okay, so this is the news, actually. Okay, well, whatever. This is the news. But unless I'm wrong, I think this was very active during the monkeypox days. Let's get a monthly chart up. Yeah, I think this was all about monkeypox here. I may be wrong. And Wainwright is also coming in and putting a buy in. Shady and the CHGG. Chegg. Yeah, saw this in the pre-market. I mean, man, very, very choppy. But maybe I think I see what you're looking at. Maybe a breakout over 308. Now, where could this open? Look at this, 180 and another low float, guys. So we have had a big float rotation. Stocks, a lot of low float stocks today. So if we call the low float a sector, we've had a lot of stocks that have been active today. And if you didn't make it the first time, people are looking for the next one. Or if you did make a lot of money on one, maybe you're looking to pour it into another one. That's what I think is kind of happening today. So there is your potential open for a GovX. Well, certainly pre-market. I don't do too much. I don't do too much in the. I used to have what's called an evening scan, but I really don't do that too much anymore. I just rely on my pre-market actives. So that's what I do, and I can show you what it looks like. I mean, really, it's just a matter of finding the stocks that are active in the pre-market, and you can either do a few things, set price alerts on certain levels that you might that you might want to see the stock get to, either on a pullback or maybe breaking out to a level. But on my homepage, this is what I do. I mean, I don't do any more evening work. I used to, but I don't anymore. No, that's not to say people shouldn't, or I just don't do it anymore. I find that so if you scroll down until you get to the scan section, then the pre-market actives up and down. I mean, it's going to show you. It'll look a lot like this on the actives up, and then there's one that's just basically the reverse of this. You'll see the stocks moving down. So I mean, at least it helps to see the stocks that are active in the pre-market because they may, in fact, of course, maintain their activity once the market opens. Now, there's no guarantee. That's the problem. I mean, because a stock was super active in the pre-market doesn't mean at 9:30 when the market opens you just take the trade. But at least this helps you find the ones that are definitely active. And that's typically what I do. Typically what I do up here, is I put the stocks that I have found, not the pre-market actives. But again, it doesn't mean that those are the stocks, the only stocks you're going to be watching. A lot of the stocks that, like for instance, this one, the LRHC. Look in the pre-market. I mean, it really wasn't doing much in the pre-market. And there's the 9:30 candle right there. I mean, it didn't get going until 10:30. So that's when I know a lot of people probably traded. Same with the VLCN. So it doesn't mean, look at the VLCN, did nothing in the pre-market. Didn't get going until 10:30. But we see these, if you're looking for a momentum, I mean this scan right there obviously is a pretty good one for momentum, pure momentum. And then this race here will always show you the stocks as stocks are getting active. Will always show you those stocks. But listen to what or read what Dak is posting. That's what he does. Again, I used to do it all the time. In fact, I used to have something called my evening scan. I just don't do it anymore. And to be honest, I was doing the evening scan when I wasn't, when I wasn't quite as busy hosting a room and all that. So I just find it's just too tiring for me. Once the market closes, once I'm done here, I'm done. For GovX, I guess so. Yeah, 117. So yeah, so it'll be at least a 10-minute halt. Well, it's still holding that big level above the 155. Doesn't mean it's going to open here, but so a direct award of approximately 24 million. So is that a done deal? I guess so. I guess they received this in order to do this, I guess. I mean, it's, obviously good news. Now, it's funny, somebody mentioned that happened. I mean, I'm only seeing this at 116. I'm seeing this at 116 in Interactive Brokers, okay? I mean, it might have happened earlier, but now the other thing, you may want to contact Chris Farley. I know he still does it. Okay, Herman. So you might want to, I think he's even done a video. So if you wanted to go info@trade-ideas.com and just ask him if he's got a video on his evening scan routine. In fact, I think I even have a doc. Okay, guys, GOVX just opened. So there's after hours. Okay, I do have an after hours scan, which is sort of, I think it's a big. Could I help? Michael in our YouTube room, could you help me with the pre-written code for gap bars? I'm getting an unknown symbol. The error I'm getting is between the hyphen and between the hyphen to volatility. Boy, you're asking me something I have no idea about. So more than likely I can't, but let me, so I'm not sure even what you mean. So you're talking about, these are the bars here, the gap bars. I've never used this one. I've never used this one, Michael, so I don't think I can help you. I don't know. I don't exactly know what you're seeing. You'd almost have to give me. Okay, I'm reading the help. Yeah, so out of my league, really. It's out of my league, Michael. I don't know anything about this. Never use it. 14 years with Trade Ideas. I've never used this one. You had Michael in the YouTube room, so I don't know if he uses it or has ever used it. So I'm sorry, I just can't help you. I just don't know what you're seeing exactly in terms of these hyphens and but if you were listening to Michael, didn't he quite, let's talk about keeping it simple? Keep it simple, but I'm sorry, I just can't help you. But why don't you, maybe one of the other traders uses it and maybe they can help you. So GovX opened and it opened, let's see where it was halted at 155. So that was a big open, but it has now pulled back. Man, I got up to 209. Guys, something wrong with our charts? Oh, I'm on red. That's interesting. Ah, that's what happened. Remember, I thought I was kidding around being hacked. I think I clicked on the help and that somehow got me into the web-based version, I think. I think that's Pepe. I think that's what happened. Clicking on help gets me into the web. I think. You know what? I'll do it again just to see. I'll pick this one again. That's exactly the reason. I don't know if we call that a bug. I'm not logged into the website. No. All I did was click on help. Now that seemed to put me into the website, I guess, but I did not log in per se. All I did was click on help and get to the help. That's all I did. So that is the reason. At least I know now. But I do have another account, Pepe, that is supposed to. I can have the web-based version up and running. Anyway, I think now at least I understand what was happening. Michael, I really can't help. Okay. Why don't you go info at trade-ideas.com, indicate all that. Maybe one of the other traders, maybe Chris Varley, maybe Michael Knott. I don't think Chris. I don't know why it's giving you an error. I'm not an expert, no matter what you think. I'm not an expert with the formula editor. Well, Solariska, You can ask him now, Michael. Just ask him now. You can just info@trade-ideas.com, indicate what's happening. And, maybe one of the other trader, I just don't have an answer. Okay. You can ask him now. Well, Solariska, it sounds low as if you didn't have a stop. Maybe you had a stop. I don't know where your stop is. When you bought this at $4, where did you plan to get out if it wasn't working? I mean, I think I know the answer. It sounds like maybe you had a very wide stop. I don't know. Can you hear me, Solariska? I mean, it is way, way below the VWAP still. Maybe he can't hear me. Oh man, there's that ZNTL continuing down. Unbelievable. How could I be out of that? It may get up to the VWAP. It's an earnings play and it had some news. That blue line you see on the chart is the 10 SMA. Now, Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas, he loves this. So, it broke above it, it closed above it, and let's see if this red bar, if that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart holds it as support, and if that does, then it may start to move for you. But if this doesn't hold, if that red bar moves down and closes below, I don't like your odds. But listen, don't let me influence you. What I mean by that is, I'm not going to tell you, yeah, you know what, you should get rid of this because of this, because it could turn around in a second, of course. Again, earnings play, plus it had some news. A new $222 million credit facility. So it had some news also. Ooh, Bus 88. I'm not sure. I mean, I've had, and I'm sorry for not being able to answer some of these questions. I've had the program for 8 years. Okay. I have no idea. I think it's about a $10 a month plan. I think. Okay. That I pay. If you just want level 1, it might be even a little cheaper. Also, I think with Interactive Brokers, if you trade enough shares, they waive that. Or enough dollar value. I mean, I couldn't even tell you what my plan is. It's been the same one for 8 years, and I haven't deviated. All I know is when I got it, I think it was, I want to say $8.95 a month or $10 a month, something like that. I don't think it's gone up. There is a lot to choose from. Yeah. So I kind of like having the time and sales. I know. So I don't know, I like the time and sales I mean, to be honest, I mean, it shouldn't be, I mean, for the extra, I mean, I like the time and sales. Okay. I don't know what you need, what plan you need to get time and sales. There's also I guess call it the level 2. I think Chris has a screenshot of what he has. So you might, again, info@trade-ideas.com and ask. Well, you need, yeah, I mean, obviously you need NASDAQ, and if you want to trade New York Stock Exchange stock, sure, you need that. You need real time. Obviously, you need real time. You can always ask Chris, okay? info@trade-ideas.com and ask what he suggests. I think he gets that question a bit, and I think he has either a screenshot or. You could ask it in a general way, what do I need from what data plan do I need from Interactive Brokers if all I want is level 1 and real time? Uh, I yeah, I mean, you can try to call IB. It might take you a while. I don't know if you're kidding, Hall. Well, I know it can be done. Okay. I've been so fortunate. I only had to call them once in the first week 8 years ago for something, and that was it. I haven't had any interaction with anybody at IB for 8 years. It's been that reliable a platform. Now, I did see this LPA when I was, yeah. I mean, this one I have to shot. I just I can't find a way to trade this one. I mean, this gone up to $526 one day on. Absolutely no news. All right. Well, this is a SPAC. Yeah. Okay, the guys at Trade Ideas are talking about SMR and NNE, guys, NNE. I think they're in the same sector. Nuclear power, SMR, and NNE, recent IPO. Okay, a little pullback now for NRIX. Let's see if this pullback, what did it pull back to? Pulled back to, well, way above the VWAP still. Pulled back to 18. The high of the day is 1860. There's a high right there of 1812, so it's above that. Take a look at a monthly chart for NRIX and see if it has any. So that's 1788 right there. So that high is above that high. So the next high is 1864 on the monthly chart for NRIX. Not saying it's going to get there. And if we can somehow take that out, look out. I mean, then you've got a high of 30. Wonder if this is an IPO. No, not an IPO from here, but man, has to be watched tomorrow. See, I mean, it's had a, I mean, this is really the first day. It's a breakout day. So I'll be watching this for the next next few days at NRIX. And Wainwright put a $26 price target on it. Wow, don't look at ZNTL now, Dak. My goodness. How could I have been so jumpy on this one? Just a completely beautiful short all day. Made a little bit of money on it, but man, all-time low. Had bad news. Wainwright cutting it from, or cutting it to $10 from 32 by Stifel. A little late, guys, a little late. And I love how this headline, it's maintained at buy. Okay, so you look at that, go, oh, okay, well, they're suggesting we should buy this, not realizing that what they've really done, look at all these companies. Here's Wainwright cutting it from 40 to 20. Wow. Guys, VCSA, bit of a spread issue, but well, let's say the least, 604, 620, but this looks like it's trying to ramp up again. The next high on the daily chart, you got right there. You can see it. 620, 625, the high today, 625. Takes that out. The next high is 669. Again, not saying it's going to get there, even if it takes us out, but, and you know, you're pretty extended right now. Look at the volume, 13 million today, 55 times normal. And I'm talking about the ZNTL. Meanwhile, look at the market. Crazy. Another new high, I guess, all-time high. I see now what you're looking at, Michael. I don't know if you're still in the room. I don't have, let me just see. I'll go to my formula editor. I now see, maybe it's a bug. Yeah, it must be a bug, Michael. I see what I see what you're talking about. I have no idea. I don't know the formula at all. Yeah, it's pointing to the volatility. No idea. Yeah, I have no idea. Maybe somebody typed it in wrong. I don't know what the formula is trying to do, so I have no idea. But is that going to help your trading if you understand? Is that going to help? I know you're an inquisitive guy, but how are you going to use that? Even if it was fixed, how are you going to use that to help you trading? I just love to know. Oh, right. All right, guys, 1:55. So what's the deal for you today, William? 4 o'clock, 3:30? Not at all. All right, 3:30. Okay, so William will keep the room open until the main room open until 3:30. I'll be taking off probably around 2:30. And remember, it is a market holiday tomorrow. It's like a Friday, exactly. Well, Michael, there are look at all the filters, and I've actually we've I don't get involved with it that much anymore, but to delete a lot of these filters that we've got that aren't used at all, and I think that's probably one. I mean, not at all. I mean, there might be a handful of people of our customers using that gap, the bars. So they've been around for a long, 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 long time. Probably since 2003. And they probably put them there and they've just sort of forgotten about them. I don't know anybody who uses them. Uses that one anyway. Are you suggesting I should know every single filter, Michael, that has been created since 2003? Oh, okay, guys. Aha. Got the answer. It's not a formula for the editor, Michael. It's how it is internally calculated. So it is not a formula for the editor. There's your answer from Chris. Okay. Okay, Michael, if you hear me, it's not for the formula editor. It is how it is internally calculated. So it's not for the formula editor. Okay, guys, 2 o'clock. So I have another half hour left or so. Philip is still around, but I don't think he does very much programming anymore, Dak. Well, okay, Michael, let's look at it logically, okay? You went to the help. There's no way. So we already explained. So it's already been explained that that is not something that can be put into the formula editor, okay? So now when you click on help, you've got this is what it is. There's no, I don't know how much more anybody can expand on this, okay? I don't use it, but I mean, so if you ask me, well, how do I use it? I would say, well, go to the help and read this. I don't use it. So, I can't improve on this, but for sure, somebody took the effort though to put all this in. Brad doesn't get involved in the programming at all, Dak. I mean, listen, what you could do is go to info@trade-ideas.com, express the idea that you've got. I wouldn't hold your breath. They're not really into creating anything new these days in terms of, new indicators or anything like that. But you can always go to info@trade-ideas.com and say, you know what, guys, is it possible to have something like this? And explain what you're looking for. But I'm not going to try to snow you. I wouldn't hold your breath. Oh, Brad's a great guy. There's no question. But that is 2019. But go ahead. I mean, you can always send the email info@trade-ideas.com, attention Brad, and put your idea down and see what happens. Okay, Michael. So I see. Okay. Well, you have your answer from Chris. That's an internal formula, not to be used in the formula editor. Yes, Marky. in our YouTube room. And there goes NRIX, guys. Boy, this has been a out of nowhere. Well, it depends on the scanner. I mean, tomorrow? No, probably not. But do you have your idea now? I mean, I'm still here for a while. Remember, the market's closed tomorrow. Talking to Marky in our YouTube room. But do you have your idea now? And there are people. I mean, it won't be me. I mean, I know Chris. Chris is a workaholic, so he'll probably take a look at anything that comes in. So if you can formulate it in your head, what you're looking for, and put it down in an email. We don't do phone work like this, okay? So in an email, somebody will maybe look at it tomorrow. Can't guarantee it though. Yeah, well, but one day shouldn't matter. I mean, you'll certainly have something by Thursday, but I know that's what you said you were going to do. But what are you looking to do? I know you love these cheap ones. What is unsettled in your mind in terms of sort of a final type of a scan? DAC, I forbid you to look at ZNTL. What a fabulous trade that I'm not in anymore. Okay, trade within the first 15 minutes. Okay. We have a timer. If you don't want to see anything after 15. Boy, I don't know. I mean, the only little, this is what knocked me out. This stupid little green bar there knocked me out. So the best thing for you to do now, Marky, is to, okay, so you're asking about stochastics as an example, okay? So take an alert window, right click on it, click on configure, and then click on search. Okay, now, if you're wondering what we have for anything, so just type in stochastics, start typing it. This is what we've got for stochastics, okay? So if what we've got is something that you can use, great. If you wanted a different time frame or something, then unfortunately we don't have it. This is what you have to work with for stochastics as an example. Okay? You can't adjust it. So, but what I'm suggesting though is that all you have to do is click on the search and then type in, and you'll see if we have anything on RSI. What do we have for RSI? This is what we have. What do we have for VWAP? This is what we've got. All you have to do is start typing into the search and you'll bring up everything that we do have. Well, you should create any alert window, okay? Do you have an alert window, like anything that you've done? All I'm saying is that if you have an alert window, here's an alert window. I'll give you this. All I'm saying is that if you right click on it and then click on configure and then click on the search. Okay. And now you can find out what we've got. So for stochastics, this is what we've got. Okay. So if you need something other than these timeframes and et cetera, then we don't have it as an example. Okay. But all I'm saying is that the search will help you find out, what we have for certain filters or alerts. So that you don't have to wonder, gee, I wonder if they've got anything. I use RSI as an example. Okay, that's what we have for RSI. What do we have for MACD? Okay, this is what we have for MACD. What do we have for Ichi? We don't have the Ichimoku. Okay, we don't have it as an example. You see what I'm saying? So the search will really help you find out what we have. So I wasn't quite sure about your fixation on GME today, Dak, but tomorrow I want to find another NRAX. I mean, it's hard to know it was going to do this, of course, but I mean, out of nowhere, this just absolutely was a tremendous move. Only a minor pullback. All right, guys. So I've got another 15 minutes left, I think. So if there are any questions, good time good time to ask them now. This is Palantir, PLTR. So it's gone positive. You can ask, Marky, but as I was saying earlier to somebody who asked, it, we have not added anything for a long time, and the company is not in that frame of mind. I'll be honest, to add things. You can ask, info at trade-ideas.com. I don't want to, but I hate to get anybody's hopes up thinking, could they add this filter, and say, sure, just go to info at trade-ideas.com and ask for it. You'll get a polite answer, and they'll say, well, we'll bring it up with the development team. But so you can try. Coming from the customer, it's better than coming from me. Okay. You and me both, Shady. That's why I'm saying, people ask for things, and so this is this ripped. Oh, okay, there's the 512. Okay, I want to see curl up. Okay, let's take a look. See what it even looks like. So if you're talking about somebody who might be able to help you with a scan, Marky, I think they normally go to about 4:30 Eastern. Okay. So another couple of hours. I think that's when they shut it down. But listen, if you have a very clear idea about what you're looking for, okay, with the filters that you're looking for, the values, you can always put it in, and I almost guarantee you that Chris probably tomorrow will take a look at it. Almost guarantee. I cannot guarantee 100%, but okay. No, I know tomorrow's a holiday, Wiggle, but Chris doesn't take any time off. I don't know if he's listening to me, but Okay, guys. So what I'm going to do is, as I'm getting set to take off pretty soon. So for those in YouTube who still want to talk about trading and stuff, you can. I'm going to put the main trading room link. You can head over to the main room when I take off, when I shut down YouTube. Okay, there it is. Yeah, you're right. ASNS, ASNS. Only reason I see it, well, it might even be here. I have it thumbnailed, so I do see it. Surprised I'm not seeing it here. Oh, no. 2%. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, 4 million in the float also. So it's a low float, ASNS, low float. Just surprised it's not showing up here. Was there news on OI? Owing, well, there was news, but I mean, there was news, but it didn't look bad. But the market doesn't like this. This is the news today. They're investing $65 million in electrification and decarbonation in Vauche, France. So I guess the market doesn't like that. Not, yeah, it's also a 2-year low, not just a 1-year low. It's a 2-year low also, Daniel. Well, there's no support. Let's take a look at a monthly chart. I mean, it's not a lifetime low. It's, it's close, but it's not a lifetime low. To back this monthly chart up. So the next low on the monthly chart is 1064. And that happened in December 2021. That's quite a while ago. Maybe 11 bounces it, maybe the whole number. All right, guys, getting close. Any last minute questions? I don't have to leave, by the way. Just I'm not going to hang around if there are no questions. I'm done trading. So I think a big disappointment was this Rely. I think a lot of us thought that this would get over $1 and maybe move. It's info at trade-ideas.com, Marky. Okay. No, I've had enough of you guys. That's the reason, Dak. Still up 114%. Okay. It's still up 114%, but what a drop. Yeah. So Marky, and again, you might have a scan, and I see what you're saying. It's temporary, might add extra criteria soon. The big thing is see what sort of alerts you get from it, right? And if you're getting too many, then you start tightening up the filters. Tightening up meaning, make it harder to pass the filters. In other words, maybe my opinion is that you probably should be using the relative volume filter. You're looking for action in the first 15 minutes. So you want something that is trading abnormally. So, but if you're getting way too many alerts coming at you, you might want to up the value of the relative volume filter, maybe up the value of the minimum number of shares traded, things like that. It's always going to be trial and error. There's not going to be one final scan. More than likely, it'll always be a little bit of when you're starting out anyway. Well, for the person who was holding on to CMTL, it's starting to move a little bit here. Yeah, nice little move here out of this consolidation or this junk here. Okay, nice little move. A little bit of volume peeking through. Oh, okay, Manny. Okay, well, I know you talked about, maybe dumping it as it gets close to the VWAP 369. So a little ways to go still. Okay, everybody, it's 2:30 now, so I think I will take off. So thanks again for all the help. Remember, tomorrow's a market holiday, so we'll see you guys on Thursday. The room is still going to be open for another hour. The main room will be open for an hour. I'll stop my screen sharing and I'll get off the mic, and I'll have to shut down YouTube. So again, Thursday morning, I'll be on the mic at 9 a.m. Okay, good, Marky. Okay. Okay, guys. So now I'm shutting down our YouTube room.